Chapter 851. As the only good restaurant in Fictional close to Tang Dynasty, Changfeng Pavilion had become the place where Li Dong and the others would discuss things. Today, a group of businessmen were still here to invite Zhang Tai, who was a builder. "Steward Zhang, drink up. This is shipped from Tang Dynasty. I think Steward Zhang can still drink," Li Dong said to Zhang Tai with a brilliant smile as he filled a bowl of wine for Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai's smile was no worse than Li Dong's. He raised his bowl and clinked it with Li Dong's. Raising his head, he poured the liquor into his mouth. After drinking the liquor, Zhang Tai wiped his mouth with his hand and exhaled. He then said to Li Dong, "It's hard to refuse Boss Li's hospitality. After not seeing you for a few days, I also missed you. Originally, I planned to have a good drink with Boss Li and the others after the tariff was settled. Unexpectedly, Boss Li asked me to leave first. Steward Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider. Do you need to be so polite with me? It doesn't matter who invites you. As long as we're together, I will feel very comfortable. Do you agree with me? How about this braised pig's tail?" Li Dong chuckled as he pushed Zhang Tai's favorite pig's tail in front of him. "Great." After biting the pig's tail, Zhang Tai praised as he continued, "Steward Li's hospitality will be engraved in my mind. When the restaurant in Tang Dynasty is built, I will definitely invite you to taste it. Young master wants to build blue sea silver sand and between the clouds and the water. At that time, the two restaurants will still face each other, compete with each other, and progress together. That will be different from each other. Oh, and the newly made furniture will also be displayed. If you see a set that you like, I will make a promise and sell it to you with the capital." The businessmen of Fictional didn't take it seriously. Words at the table could not be trusted. They exchanged glances with each other as they didn't know who should mention the matter of Tonghe and the bridge. Finally, Li Dong took over the load and filled Zhang Tai's cup. Looking at the river outside, he said to Zhang Tai, "This river is really nice. The fish in it is also delicious. I suddenly remembered that although the fish in the mud river is good, the fish in the river is also not bad. Have you tasted it before?" Of course. Each has its own flavor, just like between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. Why? Does Boss Li want to eat the fish in the water? I'll have someone catch a basket of them and send them here. They'll definitely be fresh. Zhang Tai nodded. Li Dong nodded as well, but then he shook his head and said, "It's still difficult. If we can connect the two rivers together, then wouldn't we be able to taste both? I remember that back then, the young master of the Zhang family had such a plan. Unfortunately, some unreasonable commoners ruined it. Steward Zhang, why don't we do this? This time, I will definitely control the people and not let them cause trouble. You can continue to follow the original idea and connect the two rivers. At the same time, choose a place to build a bridge to facilitate water transportation. Last time, we were in a hurry and didn't have time to control it. It's really a pity." After hearing Li Dong's words, the other businessmen of Fictional fixed their eyes on Zhang Tai, hoping to get a definite answer from him. After hearing Li Dong's proposal, Zhang Tai suddenly revealed an embarrassed look. After letting out a sigh, he said helplessly, "No, you don't know my young master. When he thinks of something, he will do it. After a while, he will forget about it. If not for the person who was arranged to do it, he could not do anything at all. It's the same for connecting the two rivers and building a bridge. If we ask the young master now, he will definitely lose his previous enthusiasm. Actually, it doesn't matter if we don't build it. The ships of Tang Dynasty can take a detour. Perhaps we can change our mind and go to Japan. Don't mention it again. I dare not tell the young master about it. Otherwise, the young master will remember that his idea was ruined. He will be unhappy and vent his anger on me. It's not worth it. Come on, let's drink. Manager Zhang, how could that be? How about this? Manager Zhang, let us meet the young master of the Zhang family and make it clear to him face to face. I think the young master will agree. Li Dong drank another bowl of wine as he still didn't want to give up this hope. Wei Wei shook her head. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Dong and said, actually, if you want to connect the two rivers, you can also build a bridge. However, you can't ask the young master for help. You only need to contact Jingjing Construction. Jingjing Construction is willing to accept the job and give you a discount on the fee. If it weren't for the fact that many people in the group depend on this job to make a living, I wouldn't have earned a single cent. But I can guarantee that if Mr. Li pays, I will only earn a little. I hope that there will be more jobs in the future. Mr. Li, please think more about our Jingjing Construction. We pay for it. But back then, it was your family's little young master who paid for it, and he paid quite a bit. Many of the commoners have been spoiled. For example, during the construction of the roads, if it wasn't for the fact that your family's little young master paid an exorbitant price at the beginning, they wouldn't have paid so much for the construction of the roads. They can eat for 5 days if they work for 1 day. What's more, they use the goods from Tang dynasty. You have also made a lot of money, right? If you still want us to pay for the bridge, we really can't afford it. Why don't we discuss it again? I'll ask the people who build the bridge to ask for less money and make it clear to them. Li Dong had already felt that it was shameful for him to agree to it now. In order to receive enough tariffs, he had accepted his fate. However, he had not expected that he would have to pay for it. It was not just a matter of shameful or not. That kind of burden was too great. Zhang Tai nodded, I know. It's too expensive. Therefore, you'd better not build the bridge. If you really want to meet the young master, you can. However, you can't meet the young master with Li Dong. Our young master is an official of Tang dynasty, a provincial governor. If any businessmen could meet him, wouldn't it be too troublesome? You can find a member of the imperial clan of Xinluo. You must have a high status. You can accompany him. Well, I'll try my best to find someone from the imperial clan. However, I might not succeed. Please put in a good word for us in front of the young master. Someone, bring the things for Steward Zhang. Li Dong had no other choice. He shouted towards the outside. After a short while, someone came in with a tray and gently put it on the table. Li Dong lifted the silk cloth and revealed the things that he wanted to give to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai glanced at them and then looked at Li Dong. Under Li Dong's expectation, Wei Wei smiled and said, what a great gift. I've not imagined that Steward Li could find 6 pearls as big as pigeon eggs. If you sell them, you might not be able to get them for less than 10,000 coins. I'll take them. You're joking, Steward Zhang. Who doesn't know that Zhang family and Wang family are rich? 6 pearls are too little. After we succeed, we will reward you more. Li Dong said with a smile. I can't guarantee whether we succeed or not. I'll try my best. Alas, I'm dizzy. I'm really sorry. Zhang Tai couldn't do it at all. He grabbed the 6 pearls and put them into his arms casually as if they were 6 stones. Then, he covered his forehead with his other hand and slightly swayed. Someone, help Steward Zhang to take a rest. Li Dong was very sensible and immediately asked someone to help Zhang Tai away. Waiting until the sound of footsteps could no longer be heard, Li Dong, who had escorted them to the door, turned around and looked at the people who had also stood up. With a pained expression, he said, this is going to be troublesome. With Zhang Xiaobao's ruthless personality, Who knows what will happen this time? Stewardly, Zhang Tai has accepted the pearls. Can't he help us? Someone asked. Didn't you hear what he said? 10,000 strings of pearls. He means that it's too little. I don't know how much money Zhang family and Wang family can get. Send someone to inquire about it. Next time, we'll give something else. Li Dong felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He also wanted to give more money. However, how much could he give? After all, he couldn't give 1,000,000 strings of pearls as a gift. If so, he might as well spend money to get through the river. After returning to a room, Zhang Tai took out the 6 pearls. Suddenly, he thought of Xiaobei and the others. Frowning, he muttered, he really doesn't know how to give gifts. He only gave 6 pearls. If there were 9 pearls, he could give 1 each to Xiaobei and Xiaobei. Should I make 1 gift and send it over? That's worrying. When the merchants of Xinluo were waiting, they didn't receive any news about getting through the river and building the bridge. When they looked for Zhang Tai, they were told that Zhang Tai was busy building the road from Jili province and was not available for the time being. Goods from Tang dynasty were smuggled into Xinluo in batches. With the same price and better quality, Xinluo's people in the same industry were greatly shocked. The members of the imperial clan of Xinluo were anxious. Originally, they planned to offset this part of the money with tariffs. However, they couldn't collect the tariffs. Xinluo's people couldn't sell their goods. As a result, they kept lowering their prices. They almost couldn't make ends meet. The imperial clan of Xinluo and the merchants finally saw the threat of trade dumping. The cheap grains from Tang dynasty made the local farmers unwilling to cultivate. They would only plant enough for themselves to eat. After that, they would think of ways to make money so that they could buy other goods at a cheaper price. More and more people lost their jobs. When those who worked in the handicraft industry and odd jobs looked for jobs, they found that there were more and more people in the same industry. The competition was especially fierce. The employer kept lowering the price. If the price of the goods was low, they would lose money. If the price was high, they couldn't sell it. The Xinluo people who felt the man-made economic crisis for the first time were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, they could only attribute it to tariffs. The imperial clan found Li Dong and the others once again and put a lot of pressure on them. Li Dong's hair almost turned white. He figured out why things had developed to this stage. How could a seemingly simple trade turn out to be so serious? Zhang Xiaobao, the existence outside the top ranking list, is he really that powerful? How does he work? What is the theoretical basis that the Tang people often talk about? Is tariffs really just a matter of tariffs? If you want tariffs, you have to control smuggling, build bridges, and force people to their deaths. At night, Li Dong stayed alone in the small dark room, thinking hard. He wanted to find a key point in Zhang Xiaobao's series of actions, but no matter what, he had to find a way to enter the door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were happy when they received the news. Wang Wan looked to the south and felt sorry for Xinluo. If they hadn't cooperated with the Japanese and the Turks to make trouble for Zhang Xiaobao, how could they be in this situation today? Xinluo is finished. If we just attribute the problem to tariffs, even if we receive tariffs, we still won't be able to withstand Xiaobao's next move. Even big countries are very cautious in this regard, let alone small countries. Wang Wan muttered softly and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was not far away with his head lowered to make a plan. She smiled at Wei Wei and asked, Xiaobao, how far do you want to push Xinluo? Make them all lose their jobs. Create a limited situation where supply exceeds demand. How can that be? After all, the people of Xinluo don't have it easy. In the spirit of internationalism, I have to help them. Now, I'm letting them buy things more cheaply. After a while, I'll help them find jobs. I'm a kind person. I can't bear to see others have a hard time. Every time I think about how there are still places in the world where people live in poverty, I feel that I haven't done enough. I don't think of myself as great. I just believe in God who benefits his people. Amitabha. May God's light illuminate the earth. God said that there should be light, so there was light. I said that I wanted to find them a job, so they had a job. Zhang Xiaobao had a pious look on his face. He placed one hand in front of his chest and began to draw a cross from bottom to top with his other hand. Xiaobao, I think you're only missing 2 horns on your head. Otherwise, you would be even more perfect. Why are you looking for a job? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly when she saw Zhang Xiaobao begin to criticize other people's religion again. Putting down his hand, Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head and said slowly, "It's a job. The main way to solve the current problem is to increase domestic demand and transfer internal conflicts. It's best if we can sell the produced goods abroad. There's no need for domestic demand because the goods of Tang Empire are enough for them. The way to transfer internal conflicts is war. If they really dare to do it, then you'll take action and eliminate evil in the world. If we export goods, the price should be lower. We'll charge tariffs and increase the quality of the goods. In this way, Xinluo still seems to be in a difficult position. Therefore, I used my smart brain and came up with a good idea. That is to adjust the industrial structure of Xinluo and turn the original farming and handicrafts into mining and processing industries. Xinluo also has a lot of mines, gold mines, silver mines, and copper mines. I'm willing to pay to buy the mines and hire the local people to work. At the same time, I'll smelt in their local area. This requires workers. Many jobs are left for them. I can even transport some of our raw materials to Xinluo for processing, such as the match manufacturing industry and the aluminum factory in the future. This way, they can also come into contact with some technology. Alas! I don't have the halo of God, but I have a heart that loves the world. I'm willing to work hard for the happiness of the world's people and pay everything for it. Zhang Xiaobao looked dignified and solemn, while Wang Wan was both angry and amused. Xiaobao, you're really shameless. You're full of evil tricks. Come here, let me take a good look at you. I'll punish you on behalf of the moon. As Wang Wan spoke, she moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and reached out to pinch his face. She tugged and tugged at his face. Fine, I'll let you punish me in the evening. Rogue, you're not allowed to touch me. You're the one who's touching me now. That's also because you're a rogue. Li Dong finally couldn't bear the pressure from the imperial clan. He had someone bring a message to Zhang Tai again, saying that he had agreed. The businessmen of Xinluo would pay to connect the 2 rivers and build a bridge. He hoped that Jingjing Construction could help to speed up the project. After receiving this news, Zhang Tai came here very righteously. Not only him, he also brought many commoners of Tang to help with the project. After getting a part of the money, Zhang Tai soon started the construction according to the original design. However, this time, the labor force was not all from Xinluo. More than half of them were from Tang. Obviously, he was making money from Xinluo. However, the commoners of Xinluo didn't like that. They asked Li Dong why he didn't let them work. Previously, they didn't dare to let the Tang people earn money for no reason. Now that they knew that Li Dong was under great pressure, they came here. Li Dong hated Zhang Xiaobao so much that he gritted his teeth. Didn't he just destroy the original construction? Why did he have to take revenge on him? When the commoners of Xinluo found him, he found Zhang Tai and asked Zhang Tai to reduce the labor force of Tang and use more of Xinluo's people. He thought that Zhang Tai would find an excuse to refuse. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tai agreed very quickly. After removing the Tang people who were building the bridge and replacing them with the commoners of Xinluo, Li Dong once again thought that the sun had risen from the west. At the same time, he became even more vigilant. There must be something wrong. Sure enough, his premonition came true. 2 days later, the commoners of Tang united and found the construction site. They even put up a banner, saying that they were willing to work for half of the wages. Therefore, Zhang Tai found Li Dong and told him about this. He meant that he wanted the Tang people to work so that they could use the money they saved on materials. Although it was a discussion, it was actually an ultimatum. Li Dong then told the commoners of Xinluo about this matter. In the end, the commoners of Xinluo agreed to work for only a quarter of the original wages. 1 day's work was enough for a family to eat for a whole day. There was still some surplus, which was much better than not being able to find work. The commoners of Tang retreated. They could not afford such a low labor price. They ran to the side of Tang and started to help build restaurants and shops. The wage was enough for a family to eat and drink for 5 days. Li Dong wandered around for 2 days and found that the materials to build the bridge were the same as before. Furthermore, the tools to build the bridge were still the same. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He then found Zhang Tai. Manager Zhang, there seems to be no changes to the materials you mentioned. Does that mean that the budget should be reduced? Li Dong did not beat around the bush with Zhang Tai and asked directly. Oh, about that, the price has increased. Many of the materials that were supposed to be sold to Xingjing Construction were sold to Tang in advance because Tang was building restaurants and shops. Therefore, the money is still the same, but the materials are more expensive. I've tried my best to lower the price. It's not easy. Zhang Tai explained to Li Dong as if he had no other choice. Li Dong was furious. Manager Zhang, who doesn't know that the buildings built by Tang belong to your young master? Then why do you have to involve us in your family's business? That's not right. Our Zhang family and Wang family's transactions are all handled independently. For example, between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand are both owned by our family. However, they compete with each other and even engage in price wars. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. After all, when both sides engage in price wars, our family will profit less in the end. However, because the transactions are handled independently, the result is not uniform. The construction team in Tang is another team, not Xingjing Construction. The merchants who deliver the goods are also in contact with us individually. If you don't believe me, you can buy them and see if the price is lower. Zhang Tai laid out the facts for Li Dong and reasoned with him. For a moment, Li Dong was at a loss for words. After gasping for breath, he finally recovered. Then why do the great Tang people who helped you build get a higher wage? That's because the other group is willing to pay them. Otherwise, I will pay them too. However, you have to pay more when the time comes. Otherwise, it won't be enough. I also have my difficulties. You have to understand. Zhang Tai spread out his hands and gave Li Dong such an answer. Well, I understand. I really understand. You don't need to pay for the processing. Our people are easy to deal with. Li Dong left in boredom. He had thought it through. No matter how the transactions were handled and how they were handled independently, in the end, he had to pay 3/4 of the money to the commoners of Tang. This was because the overall income and expenditure of the Zhang family and Wang family did not change. When they gathered again to discuss the matter, Li Dong did not hide anything and said to the businessmen, I want to kill people. I want to kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They are too much of a bully. I heard that they have been fishing on the other side of the Mud River. I really want to find a chance to take care of the two of them so that the Tang Empire will have one less powerful person. Oh no, the young master and the young lady are in danger. Someone tried to assassinate them. They were driven into the woods. There's still no news about them. I don't know where they went. On the second day after Li Dong said that he wanted to assassinate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, chaotic shouts sounded from the other side of the river. For a moment, it was chaotic over there. Numerous people rushed to the mud river and into the woods to look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It didn't take long for this matter to spread to Xinluo. After hearing the news, the merchants who had gathered at Changfeng restaurant yesterday to discuss matters all turned their gazes to Li Dong. He had said that he wanted to assassinate him. Someone leaked this news to Zhang Tai. Therefore, the guards of Zhang family and Wang family rushed to Li Dong's courtyard and surrounded the entire courtyard. They aimed their guns at all the possible places where people might appear in an unfriendly manner. Li Dong was dumbfounded. After understanding the situation, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was wronged. Yesterday, he just said that to vent his resentment. How could such a thing happen today? It was said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very powerful. The two of them could shoot out a line with pistols. According to those who had been to Mount Hua, Zhang Xiaobao could fly over roofs and vault over walls. Wang Wan could also be a general on horseback. How could the two of them suddenly disappear? The news that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were assassinated and disappeared soon spread to all places. Of course, the Turks and Japan couldn't receive it. They didn't have such an advanced information transmission system. Without pigeons, they couldn't count on Tubo. The first to know about it were the people in the capital of Tang dynasty. The pigeons quickly flew over, followed by the members of the imperial clan of Xinluo. When the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family heard that their son and daughter were assassinated and disappeared, they didn't believe it at all. Those were two immortals. According to the two of them, who valued their own safety the most, it was harder to assassinate them than to reach the heavens. Even so, the two families showed sad expressions to not let others see through them. When Empress Wang in the palace heard the news, she fainted. She treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as her own children, even though she already had a pair of cute children. When Wu Huifei received the news, she was happy for a moment. However, it didn't take long before this happiness passed. She was very disappointed. The people that she had been trying to deal with were suddenly gone. She couldn't find any sense of accomplishment and felt that she had lost some spiritual sustenance. Gao Lisher hurriedly found Li Longji and cried bitterly. His godson was gone, who would be filial to him in the future? How could such two cute little fellows be assassinated just like that? Li Longji didn't cry, but he sat there in a daze as if he had lost his soul. His eyes stared straight at a certain place without the slightest focus. He muttered, "It can't be, right? It can't be, right? It can't be. If they are gone, what will happen to the Tang Empire? Who can control the entire northern Hebei province like them? Will the surrounding countries take action? How will the Tang Bank solve the trouble in the future? Who can lead the manufacturing of weapons? No one will send me fun things anymore, and I won't be able to taste the food they cook. Investigate, investigate for us, investigate thoroughly. No matter who did it, us will destroy him. Send out the decree, Hunan Circuit urgently send 30,000 strong soldiers, 10,000 navy soldiers, and 20,000 land soldiers to the Great Tang and Xinluo. If there is no news within half a month, us will destroy Xinluo at all costs." The sorrowful Gao Lisher quivered and nodded vigorously. He immediately went to grind the ink and wrote the imperial edict with trembling hands. He glanced at the emperor and saw that the emperor was still sitting there in a daze. He stamped the imperial seal on the edict and ran out as fast as he could. He ordered the military relay station to send the imperial edict to Hunan province. When most of the court officials heard the news, they showed a sad expression. They were looking forward to the safe return of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. With the two of them, they would feel at ease. They didn't have to worry about economic problems, and they didn't have to worry about who dared to start a war. A small number of people were gloating, wondering if they could take advantage of the absence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to find an opportunity to take over their family business. Zhang Shua was happy and afraid. He was happy that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally wouldn't fight for power with him. He was afraid that the two experts of the Zhang family and Wang family would get angry. He knew of the existence of the experts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the disciples of the two experts. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. The next morning, Li Longji came to his imperial bed with an uneasy expression. He glanced at the court officials and forced himself to calm down. He asked, "I believe that all of you already know about the matter between Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Do you have something to say?" The court officials looked at each other. No one dared to make a sound. If they didn't do well, they might be sent away. "Yuan Xiang, you speak." Seeing that no one spoke, Li Longji began to call out names. He pointed to Yuan Qianyao. Yuan Qianyao slowly walked out, took a deep breath, and said, "Your Majesty, Provincial Governor Zhang and the army have always been vigilant. I thought that nothing would happen to the two of them. Even if someone tried to assassinate them and they escaped into the forest, they would be able to return safely. Your Majesty, you must know that the army of Wang Wan used classic jungle tactics on the mountain of Tubo's Jinchuan. When Provincial Governor Zhang was climbing Mount Hua, he displayed the ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. The two of them also carried all kinds of weapons with them. Ordinary people would be lucky to be able to come out alive from their hands, let alone successfully kill them. I think that we can send an army to the border of Xinlua to put pressure on them. If they did it, they will definitely think of a way to withdraw the killers they sent. If they didn't do it, they will have to cooperate with the search. And, Minister Zhang, you speak." Li Longji nodded and asked about Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong didn't want to speak. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to act well. Of course, he couldn't tell Li Longji that no one could kill his son and daughter-in-law. Hearing the emperor's question, he could only stand up and reveal a sad expression. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely manage the Ministry of Works well and let it research more new technologies to protect Tang Empire." "Bullshit!" Li Longji suddenly scolded. After scolding, he was stunned. The court officials who heard his voice were also stunned. It was too strange. The emperor actually scolded him. "Xiao Bao is your son, but you don't care. You can treat your son like this today. Won't you treat my Tang Empire like this in the future?" Li Longji was furious. Xiao Bao and Huan Huan's safety was still unknown, so why did Zhang Zhong still bring up the matter of the Ministry of Works? The Ministry of Works was the Real Ministry of Works with the two of them supporting it. If they were gone, would Zhang Zhong be able to come up with his own research ideas? Wouldn't the expert in your family be sad to death? It wasn't easy for him to teach two powerful disciples. If they were really lost, he would probably go crazy. Zhang Zhong was very happy. At least the emperor treated his son and daughter-in-law well. He quickly lowered his head. This subject knows his mistake. In fact, this subject and this subject's family didn't rest at all last night. However, this subject didn't have any other choice. Fortunately, someone in my family helped me predict that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be fine. This subject could only listen and believe. "Oh. Is that true?" Li Longji sat up straight and asked with flickering eyes. Yes. In any case, that's what the person who told this subject said. However, the two of them didn't look too good, so this subject could only believe it. Zhang Zhong said with uncertainty. Li Longji's mood, which had just improved, became uneasy again. He turned to Zhang Shuo and asked, Prime Minister Zhang, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Shuo came out and thought hard about how to answer. This was an opportunity, and it depended on how he grasped it. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, this subject also thinks that Provincial Governor Zhang and Adjunct Officer Wang are good people who can avoid this incident. However, the Jili province they are in can't be without a ruler for a day. Why don't we send other officials to temporarily hold the fort and wait for the two of them to return before regaining power? This subject feels that Provincial Governor Zhang is thinking the same. The two of them are loyal to the imperial court and put the imperial court's affairs first. If we don't send people, the two of them will return after a long time. When they see the chaos in Jili province, they will be very sad. Your Majesty, for the sake of the two of them, should also send officials over. Luzhou, Tubo, and Feng province should also block the news to avoid causing unrest. For the sake of Provincial Governor Zhang and Adjunct Officer Wang, at the same time, send people to the three places to change the local leaders. Prime Minister Zhang, please step back. Today, we won't talk about Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Let's talk about other things. About the new technology in the smelting factory that can smelt good steel, Xiaobao and Cuckoo once wrote a letter to their families and Lisher, saying that they want to build a railway. When the steam engine is perfected, we will make cars to make it convenient for our great Tang to travel around. My subjects, where should we test it first? When Li Longji heard Zhang Shuo's words, he did not show any other expression on his face. Just like before, he did not mention the assassination of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Gao Lisher glared at Zhang Shuo fiercely. He was angry and relieved. He knew that Zhang Shuo was done. After following the emperor for so long, he knew the emperor well. As long as there was a chance, Zhang Shuo would be dealt with. When the people of Xinluo learned that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were assassinated and went missing, the people of the imperial clan were very happy. They knew the weight of the two of them in Great Tang. The sword meet on Mount Hua was organized by the two of them. It would be best if they died. That would cut off one of Li Longji's arms. The only thing they were worried about was that Great Tang would push the responsibility to them. Although they did not send anyone to assassinate them, they did have the idea, but they did not dare. Who was the one who helped them vent their anger? Li Dong was not a member of the imperial clan. He kept saying that he wanted to assassinate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now that he had received the information, he was afraid. Not to mention the armed men outside, even the money invested. If something happened to the two of them and the money was not returned, who could he complain to? I've already been questioned 3 times. I'll probably have to continue. It's troublesome. If the two of them really die, the guards they brought will also kill themselves to vent their anger. I don't think the people of the imperial clan will care. Li Dong, who had been asked 3 times, returned home and saw that the people at home were not allowed to leave. He walked into the house and stood by the window as he muttered to himself. Another 2 days passed. This time, it was the protection team that came from Jili province on a fast boat. There were a total of 600 people, and they were fully armed. As soon as they entered the territory of Xinluo, they did not explain to anyone at all and directly scattered. Every 5 people were in a group, they changed to horses and galloped in Xinluo. When they encountered a large number of troops from Xinluo, they only said that they suspected that Xinluo had sent people to assassinate them and came to look for them. If they were found in Xinluo's territory, Xinluo would be waiting for revenge. Xinluo's troops were much more numerous than the 600 protection team, but none of the soldiers dared to find trouble. They could only watch as groups of people rode their horses in all directions. Then, they would stop from time to look through binoculars and spread out a piece of paper to draw a map. There were soldiers who had seen the map by chance. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the map looked like a map. They did not know if the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came to look for people or to draw a map. They told the officers, and the officers went to ask. The answer they got was that they had a map so that they could estimate the location of the evil people. The imperial clan of Xinluo knew that there were 600 people who had rushed in, but they did not intend to care. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been assassinated and disappeared. What if they said too much and let the Tang Empire vent their anger on them? Let alone the great Tang, even the Zhang and Wang clans, with their wealth, could crush Silla with money regardless of the cost. With the arrival of the 600 people protecting the Miao, the 30,000 soldiers of the Hunan circuit of the Great Tang did not take too long to arrive at the border in two groups. 20,000 land troops and 10,000 navy troops were on standby at any time, ready for a strong attack. In the past, Xinluo had fought with the Tang Empire many times. They had fought in the Sui dynasty and later in the Tang dynasty. However, they had never been as timid as they were now. Not to mention sending troops to the border and asking Li Longji what he wanted to do, they did not even dare to mobilize their own troops easily. They were afraid that the Tang Empire would misunderstand. If they really touched the taut string, it would not be just 30,000 soldiers who would fight. Liu Zhou's gunships were gathering. They could attack along the way from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. There were also the local garrison in Jili State. They would be surrounded on all sides. Xiao Bao, let me carry you for a while. It's been so many days. It's quite tiring for you to carry me. On a mountain, Wang Wan walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind with a radio on his back. Wang Wan was afraid that he would be tired, so she wanted to change. No need. This is just a few days. It's almost half a month. In half a month, I'll be able to see Xiaobei and the others. I miss them. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his straps and shook his head. Wang Wan grinned. Don't lie to me. You want to go from North Korea to Inko in half a month. Not to mention the current road conditions, even if we ran a marathon back then, we couldn't do it unless we could maintain that speed. There are still 3 days to half a month. I promise we can get there. If we really can't, I'll send a telegram and ask Zhang Ying to send Shui Yun to pick us up. Didn't it find a companion? We can each have an eagle. You use the red one, and I'll use the white one. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry at all. He followed Wang Wan to the edge of the mountain top. Looking back, it was really quite steep. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao mention Shui Yun and said with a smile, I hope they can have children soon. It'll be good if they can give birth to dozens of children at once. They'll be able to perform exceptionally well. The inherited genes must be good. When the time comes, we'll make a big place for them. The protection must be strengthened so that when they push the children down, they won't fall to their deaths. We have to give them a few more chances. Who hasn't made a fool of themselves? Don't you think so? I heard that for creatures like eagles, even if the baby eagle can fly, it's better to break its wings and let it continue to fly. One is to train the baby eagle's perseverance. The other is to let the bones grow better and tougher. When the baby eagle is older, we can give Xiaobei and the others one each. They can be playmates at ordinary times. When they encounter danger, they can run with them, just like you in the desert in Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao recalled what it was like at that time and smiled. The two of them took a short rest and then rushed in the direction of Jinan. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, listen to me. A few days ago, we watered the fields that had been planted and made a water wheel. My brother said that the winter here is so cold, even colder than Jili province. It can freeze people to death. Then we can't continue to plant things like before, right? Xiao Bei, the county magistrate, gathered more than 100 people under her rule today and said in a sweet voice. The people did not regard Xiao Bei as a county magistrate at all. They just felt that Xiao Bei was cute. They often saw her and were happy to talk to her. Of course, no one would look down on her. To be precise, they looked down on her identity. After all, she was a member of the Zhang family in Sanshui County. The reason why there were so few people in Jinan was that Zhang Xiaobao was recruiting people in Jili province and the various preferential policies given by the Tang Empire. With such an identity, no one would doubt that Xiao Bei could make people live a good life. Even if she could not lead them to build the county well, she could transfer enough materials from other places. Some time ago, they had been following her to weed the fields and made a water wheel according to the method of the little guys. This year's harvest would not be bad and would be enough to eat until after next year's autumn harvest. Now that they heard Xiao Bei talking, they did not know what she wanted to do. Xiao Bei felt that she had done a good job. At least, she did not make them feel disgusted. Seeing that everyone was listening, she continued, "In order to make everyone live a better life this year, I will teach you a way. That is, to make a greenhouse. There should be glass, but I don't have it yet. Let Sister Xiaozhu tell you what the first greenhouse in Sanshui County looks like. What do you think?" Okay. The ones who answered were the children who had eaten the candy she gave. What do uncles, aunts, grandparents, what do you think? Xiao Bei felt that they were not enthusiastic enough, so she asked again. Old Man Sher was the first to express his opinion. Okay, whatever our Xiao Bei says is good. Xiao Bei is a good official, the kind that is upright. Xiao Bei was satisfied. Her small face smiled like a flower. She reached out and pulled Xiaozhu. Sister Xiaozhu, it's your turn. I can't remember what the greenhouse looks like. Xiaozhu stood out a little nervously. Her ability to organize her words was far worse than Xiao Bei's. It was not easy for her to express her meaning clearly, but she could not say the steps of building a greenhouse. In the past, she had seen her brother and sister show them how to build a greenhouse. So, she could only take out a pen and paper and let the others gather around to watch. She would draw for them so that they could understand. The people here really did not know how to build a greenhouse. They only heard that with a greenhouse, they could also plant in the winter. It was not like in the past, where they had to dry the vegetables in the sun or in the shade before winter. When there was nothing to eat, they could take them out and soak them in water. Then, they could eat them. At this time, the season had just entered autumn. There was no frost yet. The leaves on the trees were still green and did not turn yellow. They swirled and fell. The common people remembered the steps of building a greenhouse. Li Bai also watched from the side. Ever since he came here, he had not played any role. Although the 9 little guys were small, they really supported the Yaman's work. Xiao Yuan remembered everyone's name, including the relationship between them. The Yaman's accounts were memorized by Xiao Hai. When Xiao Bei asked for data, she could answer as soon as she opened her mouth. Xiao Zhu was in charge of drawing the map. Big Man, Small Man, and the other 3 children who had not come here and should have grown up in the mountains also helped. The population was small to begin with. The 9 children worked hard together with 100 small guards to tear down and repair the houses here in preparation for winter snow. Through this period of observation, Li Bai was very puzzled. Could it be that the children of officials were really so powerful? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been talked about like gods. Now, the 9 children also began to show their abilities. If one did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. It seemed that Confucius was not lying when he said that he was born with knowledge. Gan Luo also existed. He could feel it from Xiao Bei and the others. The common people surrounded Xiao Zhu to look at the map. Xiao Bei was free. Seeing Li Bai standing on the side, she walked over and tugged at his clothes. She said, "Brother Li Bai, building a greenhouse like this requires materials. If there is no bamboo, you have to find a way to break the wood. Also, choose the location. When the fire is burning, you can't let the smoke get in. It's best to have a chimney to guide the smoke." Okay. Li Bai nodded and agreed. Just as he agreed, he was troubled again. He whispered to Xiao Bei, "But I don't know how to do it. The heavens have fallen and the common people suffer. If they don't drink today, they will drink tomorrow. If you ask the immortals about farming, they will only say that it is in the fields." Hey! Brother Li Bai, now is not the problem of the immortals. It is the common people's problem. Don't you want to be an official? You have to familiarize yourself with it. Xiao Yuan, don't you think so? Xiao Bei was a little angry. Li Bai was always reciting poems. When it came to serious matters, he did not say anything. He even waited for his brothers and sisters to recommend him. How could he be like this? Xiao Yuan came over and nodded. Yes. If you don't do farming, how can you accumulate wealth? If you don't do business, how can you accumulate wealth? If you don't do politics, how can you govern the people of the 4 seas? If you don't do fortifications, how can you make people convenient? Li Bai was a little embarrassed by the question. He raised his head and said, "I can flatten the 4 barbarians and give advice. That is enough." Xiao Bei curled his lips. "Brother Li Bai, you can't do this. I promise that my brothers and sisters will definitely not recommend you. Even if they do, they will arrange for you to sing and dance. If my brothers and sisters don't recommend you, others won't dare to. Even if they do, it will be useless. Uncle Emperor won't listen to others. I also promise myself that even if you are recommended by a prince, I will join forces with others to impeach you. If you don't do practical things, isn't that cheating people? You say that you want to come up with a plan. Well, you can come up with one now and wait for me to send it to my brothers and sisters." Xiao Bei was threatening him. Li Bai's expression did not look good. He believed in Xiao Bei's ability. He had already learned that Xiao Bei had 9 people to impeach 2 officials. There was also a corruption official who was originally caught. Because of the 9 people protecting Xiao Bei, nothing happened to him at all. Instead, he was promoted. It was too unfair for 9 children to have so much power. He really couldn't do anything about it. He seemed to be angry and said, "Okay, I'll do the greenhouse thing first. Then I'll write a memorial for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to see." That's right. I'm not afraid of doing wrong, but I'm afraid of not doing it. Brother Li Bai, if you really do it, it's okay if you miss a little bit. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn. I'm trying my best to learn from my brothers and sisters. Let me tell you, I'm actually very stupid. I'm not as steady as Big Boy and Little Boy, I'm not as good at calculating as Brother Xiao Hai, I'm not as smart as Xiao Yuan, and I don't know how to draw. Chapter 852. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the forest, echoing in the air. Zhang Xiaobao put away his gun and walked diagonally forward. As he walked, he said happily, "We have rabbits to eat today again. There are rabbits to eat every day. You only know how to shoot rabbits." Wang Wan had obviously eaten too many rabbits and was not very satisfied. "I want to shoot a tiger, but it seems like we can't finish it with our stomachs. Can you drag a big tiger with you? It's shameful to waste food. If you really want to change things up, you can start shooting tomorrow. Or you can also get some pheasants to eat. Zhang Xiaobao spoke honestly. There were many animals nowadays. If he brought a gun when he went out, he did not have to worry about starving himself. The only regret was that there were only 2 people. If they shot a slightly bigger rabbit, they would not be able to finish it. Wang Wan was in charge of observing the surrounding situation with binoculars. She stood guard for Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao came back with a rabbit, she opened her backpack and took out seasoning. She found a place with fewer trees and began to pick up the dry branches on the ground. Let's roast it today. Rabbits roasted with pine branches have a pine fragrance. Zhang Xiaobao took out a knife and said as he cleaned up the rabbit. In fact, it was because there was no river nearby, so he could not clean it. He still had to drink the water he carried. Wang Wan did not object this time. She used a shovel to dig a hole in the ground. It could block the wind and prevent the fire from jumping out and igniting the entire forest when they were roasting. While watching Zhang Xiaobao busy there, she asked, should we get someone to send a message to Beijing to prevent others from worrying too much? If someone really thinks that the 2 of us are dead and causes some trouble, we will have to deal with it when we go back. I won't send it. I just want to see who will make a move to deal with our industry and other administrative arrangements. It's not a big deal to spend some effort. When the same thing happens again in the future, people will not dare to act rashly. Zhang Xiaobao laughed mischievously. He used a knife to cut a slightly thicker branch and scraped away as much pine oil as possible. Then, he lifted the rabbit up and slowly turned it over the fire. At the same time, he said to Wang Wan, I reckon that very few people will make a move at this time. After all, the officials who have the ability to know about our family situation are afraid of our master. That master is not as simple as he says. This is the benefit of pretending to be mysterious. Those who don't have the opportunity to know about this information don't have the ability to shake our business. A few days ago, didn't the news from the capital say that Zhang Shuo had discussed with Li Longji how to get hold of our forces after learning of our disappearance? Looks like he's done for. Sigh, it's about time. It's been so long, don't you think so? Yes, if it weren't for us, he would have gone down long ago. Moreover, he would have gone down very miserably. However, not only does he not know how to thank us, he also wants to deal with us. It's really too hateful. Wang Wan also agreed. After thinking for a while, she suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we should still deal with Li Linfu? His position now seems to be more stable. If we want to deal with him, we have to do it early. We can't expect him to make mistakes. Deal with him. Who knows if he will become the Prime Minister again? We can't let our guard down. However, I don't think we should kill him. According to what you said, he is still very capable. Then, we should arrange for him to be in a suitable position. Zhang Xiaobao used a knife to cut the rabbit's body. Blood kept flowing out from the cut. Drops of blood fell on the fire below, making a sizzling sound. The night deepened. A bright moon gradually rose, dimming the stars in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a high ground. They took out the small tent they had brought with them and lit 3 fires outside. They used the radio to send a message to the people in Jili province that they were safe. Then, they sat outside the tent together and enjoyed the charming scenery. They made a bowl of juice with the water they had brought and handed it to Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao also drank a mouthful and said, if I had known that the journey would be so difficult, I would have brought some dried vegetables when I came out. Why do I feel that my body is lacking vitamins now? You are so delicate. In just a few days, you know that you lack vitamins. Previously, you said that you would arrange a job for Li Linfu. Have you thought about the details? Wang Wan held the bowl and looked into the depths of the forest. The bright moon could not make it bright. She thought of Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked. I just thought about it. In the future, I will let him work here. The Northeast is a big place with rich resources. The climate doesn't change much in 4 seasons. It is suitable for him to develop. You can't speak against your conscience. When has the Northeast not changed much in 4 seasons? There is no population. Other than Jili province, you have basically moved everyone away. As they were talking, there was a sound from the radio. Wang Wan hurried over to receive it. After a while, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a bad expression, the Japanese seem to be taking action. Japan. Action against our disappearance. They don't seem to have radio technology, right? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. It's not the Japanese island. It's from Huainan province. They are in the Four Seas Academy and want to join forces with the students of Xinluo. They want to form an alliance between the 2 places. Wang Wan explained. That's not slow. It seems that they really care about us. Something just happened, and they reacted. How are the details? I'm still investigating. It hasn't arrived yet. Do you think we should speed up the development of radio? What's going on now? We have to run with the radio on our backs. Every once in a while, our people will follow us. The distance of the signal transmission is too short. Wang Wan suddenly thought of a key problem. Although she and Zhang Xiaobao came out in name, in fact, many people were arranged to carry the radio on their backs. It was like a transit station. They had to transfer many times in the middle to send and receive a message. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Okay, we'll launch a satellite tomorrow. Let's get one up first and cover the place where we are. What do you think? Okay, you can carry the satellite up. Comrade Wang Wan, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's already not bad. This time, we came out just in time to let the team practice the problem of information conversion. The Japanese move quickly. Maybe they were the ones who started the alliance with Xinluo and the Turks. I knew that place was a wolf that couldn't be raised well, so I never planned to raise it. After I finish off Xinluo, I'll take the time to deal with them. Where were we just now? Li Linfu came to the northeast to develop, right? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he threw a few pieces of pine wood into the fire beside him. As he listened to the crackling sound and looked at the red, yellow, and blue colors, he was a little lost in thought. Wang Wan entered the tent and took out 2 pieces of clothes. She put one on each of them and said, "Yes, how are we going to develop in the northeast? Without people, we can't do anything. Let Li Linfu come over to protect the resources, especially the places with minerals. Draw out an area and turn it into an animal sanctuary. We can't say that in order to protect the environment, we won't develop the entire northeast region. We have to draw out an ecological area. We have to circle the largest mineral resources, such as oil and metal mines. Then we won't develop it." Wang Wan asked. "Develop it. Leave it for a few thousand years later. When the resources in other places on Earth are almost used up, we'll develop it. If we use it now, we can go to other places to get it. We're not afraid of the distance. At that time, we'll leave a rule to tell future generations that it's not that your ancestors can't find the mineral resources, but that your ancestors have the ability to rob others. The mineral resources will be left for you. When you feel that you don't have the ability to rob others, you can take it out and use it." The night wind was cold. Zhang Xiaobao tightened his clothes. Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You still care about future generations. Just take care of yourself. It's okay to take care of yourself. Let Li Linfu come over to build roads and railways all the way to Russia in our time. From there, we'll transport oil out. At the same time, we'll find all the places in the Tang Empire with oil and natural gas and draw them into protected areas. When it's easier for the fleet to travel to and from other continents, we'll send them out to mine, smelt locally, and transport the metal back. We'll dig a hole in the Tang Empire and bury it for preservation. It's not good to bury the metal directly, right? Then we'll transport the ore back and bury it. Zhang Xiaobao started to become enthusiastic about this matter. He really had such a plan. While others weren't developing it, he would snatch back as much as he could. After saying this, he nudged Wang Wan. Go to sleep first. I'll wake you up to keep watch when I'm sleepy. We'll be able to reach Xiaobei's place before winter. Why don't you say before summer? In a while, if you ask others to transport the ore back, will they really transport it? They can't even smelt it when they transport it back. Are they that patriotic? Or are you planning to pay for it? Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and narrowed her eyes. Tax deduction. In the future, all goods that are directly transported back from the outside will be heavily taxed. If you don't want to take so much money, transport the ore and oil back to Xinhua and Japan. They can smelt it there and solve the problem of unemployment in the two places. I'm too kind. Okay, then you're so kind. I'm going to sleep. You can keep watch until tomorrow morning. Wang Wan stood up and went into the tent. Well, when we go back, let's get married. We're not young anymore. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and shouted. Okay, do as you see fit. After the engagement, we'll live separately. I'll wait for you to marry me in my boudoir. Then forget it. I'll persevere for a few more years. August, the harvest season in various places. The people who had worked for a year began to enjoy the fruits of autumn. The officials, on the other hand, were busy. They needed to allocate all kinds of resources. The busiest person was Zhang Shuo. It wasn't that the head of the secretariat was busy. He had nothing to do with the head of the secretariat. Compared to the historical events that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had told him, Zhang Shuo was undoubtedly much luckier. He was not imprisoned. As he always thought about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's Jili province and occasionally mentioned it, Li Longji fulfilled his wish and arranged for him to be in a place not too far away from Jili province. Fanyang Jidushi was an official position with real power. It governed many provinces, and it was the kind of place where Wang Wan's family lived. This position had more power than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan combined. It was also not far from Shanhai Pass. It could be said that it took care of each other with the place where Zhang Xiaobao dug coal. He and Zhang Xiaobao were both important figures. It could be said that they allowed Shanhai Pass to sit in the key position of the unparalleled lock of the two capitals, the first pass of the Great Wall of China. As a result, the court was harmonious. Those who had supported Zhang Shuo also began to do practical things and no longer continued to speak. Li Longji wanted Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Works to be the Prime Minister, which was also a position under the Hall of Secretaries. However, Minister Zhang refused because he was too inexperienced. Then, Li Longji scolded Minister Zhang, mainly scolding Minister Zhang's son and daughter-in-law. His reason was that why they didn't say anything earlier when they were still breathing. They caused him to not eat or sleep well for a long time. Zhang Shangshu tactfully explained that he had mentioned it before. Someone had calculated and said that his son and daughter-in-law were fine. But this did not make Li Longji's anger disappear. In a fit of anger, he removed Zhang Shangshu's son and daughter-in-law from their positions as provincial governor and military officer. He set up a new position of Bohai Jidushi, making the two of them the head and the deputy head. They had control over more than 10 governor manors and protectorate manors. The two of them had no time to continue playing games as a punishment. The grain for this year's autumn harvest had not been shipped over, but the taxes had been paid first. Now that it was convenient to pay taxes, there was no need to ship the money to the capital. They could directly deposit it in the Great Tang Bank. Li Longji looked at the money in the account book, his eyes shining. He was rich, he was really rich. With a wave of his pen and a stamp of his seal, he ordered the Great Tang Bank to issue $1 billion of national debt this year. It was an issue, not a repayment. If it was to be repaid, the first 5-year period was not up yet. The main reason was a ship that had set off from Jili Prefecture. The ship was heading toward the capital. It had to stop on the way, and its speed was slower than a sailboat or a ship. However, when this ship was going against the current, it did not use sails or wheels. It did not even need people to row it, and it could not find a boatman. Although there were always problems along the way and it needed to be fixed, it was still a new thing. Especially when the news came back yesterday that the ship had not broken down for half a month. It was about to enter the capital, and the people of the capital could see something new. For the stability of the country, Li Longji had no choice but to encourage the development of technology. Thus, he borrowed money from the people to make steel and build railways. According to his thinking, if a ship could work, then so could a carriage. Thus, Li Longji wanted to build a railway to connect the capital and Luoyang. Oh, there were two. The current technology could not allow a train to cross a river. The bridge could be used by people, but it could not be used by carriages. The series of changes in the imperial court did not have a direct impact on the people. The people did not care about those things that they could not worry about. They only knew that they had earned more money this year, and they wanted to buy some luxury goods. For example, they wanted to buy a small glass wine cup with a reduced price. They wanted to pay the price of a pig to buy a set. For example, they wanted to buy a beautiful pearl necklace. They sold half a pig to buy a smaller one. For example, the people of the capital took advantage of the warm weather, gritted their teeth, took out a sum of money, and brought their family to the lake to spend some money. No one bragged about the Tang dynasty's long-term stability, and no one deliberately gave Li Longji a watch. However, Li Longji, who had secretly sneaked out, was very happy to see the people wearing beautiful clothes on the street. In the tea house, accompanied by armed guards, he listened to the storyteller talk about the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji drank 2 pots of tea of unknown grade and gave out 100 banknotes. He even added a few words to the storyteller, such as the matter of the Blackwater governor's mansion. If it were not for the guards stopping him, the founder of the Pear Garden really wanted to chase the storyteller away and personally sit in that position to say, traveling the south and drinking tea, the water in the river, the water in the lake, listen to me, there is black water in the Bohai prefecture. Unfortunately, a wish was a wish after all. It did not come true, let alone get some rewards and fill the treasury. Compared to the imperial court officials and the people of the Tang dynasty who enjoyed a wealthy life, the members of the Xinhua imperial family and the people were at a critical moment of hard work. Driven by the dream of making a fortune, the members of the Xinhua imperial family supported the people to quickly build the 2 rivers. Now, only a few months had passed, and a miracle had really happened. With an explosion, the river was connected. The bridge that had been built first was also suspended in the air at this moment. It was placed on a wooden board and became the land road that the Tang dynasty and Xinhua had to take. Xiao Bao, the news has come. The river and the bridge have been connected. Can we not wander around anymore and arrive at Jinan earlier? You're not really planning to arrive before the end of next year, are you? In the mountains, Wang Wan received a new telegram and said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was mending his clothes beside her. Zhang Xiaobao stopped. Ah. It's connected. It's good that it's connected. This is not only convenient for transportation. Once the two rivers are connected, it will become a natural border in the future. Even if we can't directly annex Xinluo, as long as our descendants aren't so stupid, it's impossible for them to give up that position. It's more stable than the 38th parallel. Then when are we going to Jinan? We've only been going around in circles with you in the mountains. You're not planning to let us wear animal skins to meet Xiaobei and the others, are you? Wang Wan looked at her clothes that were about to tear up and complained. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. We're not far from Jinan. We'll definitely arrive in 3 to 5 days. Comrade Wang Wan, I'm not criticizing you. Aren't we doing this to inspect the terrain and grasp all kinds of resources so that we can develop them? Especially medicinal herbs and unique plants in the northeast region. Have you forgotten the spirit of not being afraid of hardship and fatigue? Think about the 25,000 yuan back then. Think about it with your back to the yellow sky and face the earth. Think about it again. Zhang Xiaobao, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk, okay? What nonsense. If you want to grasp resources, can't you send more people over? How much can we grasp with just the two of us wandering around? If we continue to wander around, we'll really lack vitamins. No wonder you brought so many tea leaves. It turns out that you already had a plan. You knew that you would have to eat meat for a long time. 3 days. If we walk for 4 days, I'll definitely sleep separately from you. Wang Wan gritted her teeth to express her dissatisfaction. Isn't it just to let you relive the feeling of training in the past? 3 days it is. Zhang Xiaobao continued to patch the clothes. No need. I've already graduated. If you want to personally recall the time when you were hunted, I can find Zhang Hu and ask him to let the dogs out. What do you want to do? We're in a hurry. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Actually, I just want to take you out on a trip. In this Tang dynasty, I've never felt a sense of belonging. Only when I see you do I feel that it's real. Otherwise, I'll always feel like I'm in a dream. People say that only when you become a real man can you have a sense of responsibility. Let's hurry up and get married. Can't you think of something else? Something else? Are you saying that even if we don't get married, we can still become a man? Xiao Bao, I'll kill you. No, I'll castrate you. Uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma, brother, sister, we're going to have a meeting now. In the big yard of the Yamen in Jian and County, Xiaobei gathered all the people in the county. There were more than 100 of them, including 2 newborns. They said that they were going to have a meeting. Li Bai sat at the side and took notes of the meeting. Driven by the temptation of being able to enter the imperial court, he became much darker. He mainly worked in the field. Now, he knew how to farm and some breeding techniques. He also wrote a lot of idyllic poems. He had the style of Wang Wei. It was very magical. He was forced to do so. The people soon quieted down. Even the babies stopped crying. They listened to the cute and sensible little girl speak. It's like this. Today, we raised pigs and chickens. We can eat them next year. Did you see the eagle that flew here a few days ago? It's called Shui Yun. It said that my brother and sister are coming. We've also planted the greenhouse. This autumn harvest, we've harvested a lot of food. It's enough for us to eat for 3 years. After all, I'm an official. I was appointed by Uncle Emperor. I want to send some rent this year and pay taxes next year. I want to discuss with everyone. Is it okay? After all, it's the land that you planted. There are also tributes such as bear gall, ginseng, and deer antler. Xiao Bei discussed with everyone. She seemed very embarrassed. If she didn't come, they naturally wouldn't hand over anything. No one would come here to collect it. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, the people in the county fell silent. Xiao Bei felt a lot of pressure. She pursed her lips and her eyes turned red. It seemed that she would cry at any moment. I'll say a few words. Old Man sure spoke first. The others looked at him. I'll say that I don't know much. I only know that Xiao Bei and the others came and helped us do a lot of work. They also taught us a lot of methods. I don't know how to raise animals in a greenhouse. I also don't know how to exchange herbs for a lot of money. Xiao Bei said that it's okay not to pay rent. If everyone doesn't want to pay, then don't pay. But I have to pay. I have to pay my share. I don't want to think about how high Xiao Bei's position is. I only think that if Xiao Bei and the others didn't help to shoot the wild beasts, someone would have been injured or killed. I'll just say what I think. Xiao Bei is an official. She was appointed by His Majesty. Therefore, she has to protect the people under her rule. As a citizen, we can't just wait for the imperial court to protect us. Isn't this reasonable? Why should she pay? I'll pay too. Someone also expressed his opinion. When there was one, there was a second. Not long after, the matter of paying rent this year was settled. Xiao Bei also revealed a happy smile. Chapter 853. Xiao Bei and the rest are still very hardworking. Wang Wan looked at Xiao Bei, who was making a lot of noise in front of everyone, and praised him. This is the benefit of having a good family background. Other than the children of the imperial family, the other children don't have a chance to learn about the big world. Perhaps the children of ordinary families are also promising, but the ratio is definitely not as good as the children of the imperial family. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Xiao Bei, who had become slightly tanned, and was also very happy. He knew that this was the power of an example. What his younger siblings did was not really to be qualified officials, but to treat doing things as a game. Other children played house, but Xiao Bei and the rest were more practical and would work hard to make the game good. Wang Wan used her hand to push back the hair that was hanging down on her face. Seeing the people of more than 100 counties below discussing how to transport this year's rent to the capital, Wei Wei shook her head. Xiao Bao, now that we are provincial commanders, we can control the local taxes. Should we exempt the taxes in Jian and County? Otherwise, with their ability, not to mention transporting the rent to the capital, even if they transport it to Jili province, the amount of food they eat along the way will be several times more than the rent. It's inevitable. Paying rent is an obligation. We can directly transfer the rent that they pay to the Yamen of Jian and County. I have decided to move the Bohai provincial commander's residence here. It's just beside Jian and County, near the sea. At that time, we will vigorously develop the marine aquaculture industry. This is a long process, but it has to be carried out. We can't always let the northeastern region lack people. If others don't take the initiative to come over, we will attract them over. When the people from North America return, we will plant all kinds of seeds in the entire northeastern region. At that time, whoever wants to taste the freshness can transport it themselves. When the sea route is developed, the land route naturally needs to be developed as well. Now that the medical conditions are better, there are also fewer deaths. In another 10 years, there will suddenly be a blowout explosion. As Zhang Xiaobao talked about the rent, he casually talked about the direction of future development. At the same time, he was worried about why the people he sent out had not returned. Too much time had passed. After the new year, it would be 2 years. Wang Wan frowned. After some thought, she asked, "Aren't we going to promote new crops throughout the Great Tang?" "There's no hurry. If we promote it directly, others may not be willing to plant it. I'm afraid that if there's a problem, it will affect their original income. We have to set an example for them. I'll send a telegram later and ask Jili Province to ship pottery and other daily necessities here. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he began to jump again. Oh, if you send it over, I don't think the commoners can afford it. It's not selling, it's giving. It's their obligation to pay the rent. Let's give them benefits and send a message to the people who ran to the border of Xinluo to make a move. Zhang Xiaobao thought of something else. Just as he finished speaking, the radio on his back started beeping. The sound was not loud, but it was heard by the people in the courtyard. The unique sound made them look around, trying to figure out what it was. Why, I see, there are two savages on the roof. Xiao Bei's eyes were sharp. She looked up and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan climbing on the roof. However, the two of them looked a little disheveled, so she did not recognize them immediately. The guard who was in charge of protecting her stretched out his hand and pulled out a few pistols. He pointed them at the two of them warily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shrank their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "If you dare to point your guns at me again, I'll shoot all of you." Ah! It's my brother's voice. The familiar voice made Xiao Bei's expression change. She then shouted with all her might, "Brother, I miss you. Come down quickly. Why did you run up to the roof?" Wei Wei, the commoner of Jinan City, was stunned. Then, she suddenly became excited. She could finally meet the legendary figure. Li Bai also had a look of anticipation. He wanted to see how the person who could decide his official position looked like. Following the sound of two people landing on the ground, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan jumped down one after another. Everyone was stunned again. When they looked at the two of them, they realized that they could not reconcile the image in their minds with the two people in front of them. Their hair was messy, and their clothes were tattered. They looked worse than people who had escaped from the wilderness. Could they be the legendary god of war and god of wealth? It seemed to be a little difficult to convince oneself. Xiao Bei did not care too much. She spread her arms and legs and rushed into Zhang Xiaobao's arms. She kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face hard. "Brother, where did the two of you go to play? Did you kill a few big tigers with your bare hands? County Magistrate Zhang, can you arrange a place for me to stay? I'm tired and hungry from the journey." Zhang Xiaobao also kissed his sister hard. Then, he put on a straight face and started talking about how he was doing. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't know that Lord Zhang is here. Please forgive me. Guards, can't you see that Lord Zhang and Lord Wang are travel-worn? They fought tigers along the way and suffered a lot. Hurry up and arrange it. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, this way please." Lord Zhang, what are you carrying?" Xiao Bei laughed happily. She hugged her brother's neck with one hand and led the way to the house with the other. She was very curious about the thing her brother was carrying. As Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and walked, he said, "This is a treasure. In the future, if you want to communicate with your grandparents and parents in the capital, you can use this thing to send messages quickly. Let me see. Xiao Bei, why did you become tanned?" "Brother, I helped them make a greenhouse." "When are we going back with you?" "It's not fun at all. We can't hear stories. I don't want to be a county magistrate. I want to go back and be another official. I want to follow my brother and sister." Xiao Bei felt a little regretful and complained to her brother. "Okay, we don't want to be a county magistrate. We want to be an official with a higher position. I'll accompany you. Go and do your work first. I'll tell you stories when we rest." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed tired. He kissed his brothers and sisters one by one and took a hot bath with Wang Wan. After hurriedly eating, he lay on the kong and fell asleep. Li Bai didn't find a chance to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Xiao Bei. He had no choice but to go back to his work. He was also thinking about how to arrange a better position for himself when the two woke up. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's happiness after a long journey to meet up with their brothers and sisters, Fanyang Jidushi Zhang had a very bad time. The family followed him to a remote place and could no longer see the prosperity of the capital. In the capital, he was busy as the head of the secretariat. Here, he also couldn't relax. There were many trivial matters waiting for him to take care of. The most annoying thing was that the ability of the officials under his rule was far worse than that of the officials in the capital. In the capital, he didn't have to speak too clearly. The officials could understand. Even if there were occasionally people who did something wrong, he could say that the officials didn't understand his intentions. In his current location, if he did not explain things clearly, the officials would be stunned and ask him about the specific situation over and over again. In addition, the roads here were not smooth, and it was far from the sea. Many people had migrated out, which made him very uncomfortable. Darren, after the autumn harvest, we should plant winter wheat. I heard that the Imperial Court's agriculture temple has made new seeds. I wonder if Darren can have someone buy them from there. After all, Darren used to be familiar with the agriculture temple. So that next year's harvest will be better. The official in charge of agriculture found Zhang Shuo and discussed the seeds with him. It could be said that the people here were all ethnic minorities. When they talked, they didn't beat around the bush. They were straightforward and didn't consider Zhang Shuo's disappointment. As soon as Zhang Shuo heard the two words the capital, he felt uncomfortable. When he heard the words the agriculture temple, the first thing he thought of was not the seeds. Instead, he thought of the matter of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family raising the status of the agriculture temple. Many of the items in the agriculture temple were taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. The seeds were indeed well researched. The yield was high and the growth cycle was short. However, it was always uncomfortable for him to write a letter to them. They would definitely laugh at him for overestimating himself and insisting on opposing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No, he was determined not to ask for the seeds. He couldn't afford to lose face. After thinking about it, Zhang Shuo said with a sullen face, "The seeds of the agriculture temple are still being researched. Moreover, the distance is long. Even if they receive the letter, by the time the seeds are delivered, the planting time will have passed. You are in charge of agriculture. Why don't you think about it yourself? Are you worse than the officials of the agriculture temple?" "Ah. Think about it myself. Where should I start?" "Sir, you used to work in the capital. Why don't you give me a reminder so that I can find someone to do it?" "Sir, I thought of something. The agriculture temple is far away and Jili province is close. That Zhang Xiaobao must have a way to get good seeds. Why don't you ask him?" "That's right. I will immediately send someone." This person in charge of agriculture was very honest. In the blink of an eye, he thought of a good idea. He believed that he could successfully get the seeds. It was said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very supportive of the common people's lives. "You are not allowed to go. No one is allowed to go. Whoever dares to go will be punished by me. How can the seeds of Jili province be planted in my Fanyang? You are not acclimatized. Go, mind your own business." Zhang Shuo seemed to be sitting on a barrel of explosives. He reprimanded the person in charge of agriculture and waved his hand, shooing him out like he was shooing away flies. When he was the only one left in the room, Zhang Shuo seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He fell weakly into a chair and said angrily, "Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, do you think that after you take care of me, I will be unable to recover? Just you wait. You want to build roads. When I come to Fanyang, I won't let you succeed. The guard who was standing outside the door waiting for the summons heard Zhang Shuo's voice and shook his head helplessly. He said to the other person beside him, Lord Zhang is crazy. He still wants to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It seems that he will only stop after he loses his life. The other person looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He nodded. Lord Zhang Xiaobao is angry. The idea that Zhang Shuo came up with is inferior. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't have the time to care about him. He wants to obstruct the construction of roads. I heard that it will cost a lot of money to build a railway. If Lord Zhang Shuo really stops him, I think His Majesty will chop off his head. Sigh. That's right, that's right. It's better to think of a way to leave as soon as possible. We can't be with him. Otherwise, we won't even know when we will lose our lives. If you don't believe me, you can look at Xinluo. They also didn't allow the construction of the river back then. Now that they have taken out the money, I don't think there's any hope for the road. The guard who spoke previously lowered his voice, trying to find a new way out. Like what he said, the road from Jili province to Daxing City was still being repaired. He had recruited many people to work together. Before winter, the road would be repaired. However, except for this section, the road from Jili province to other places in Xinluo had not been repaired at all. After the river in Xinluo was cleared, the merchants in Xinluo had spent more than 500,000 strings of coins. Although the bridge was only an iron chain, it still cost 200,000 strings of coins. The merchants were waiting for the road to be repaired so that they could conveniently exchange goods with Tang dynasty and collect some tolls. However, the 1 million strings of coins that they had taken out had only been repaired for a short distance. Most of them were in Xinluo. On the contrary, Tang dynasty didn't take any new actions. No matter how Li Dong's group calculated it, they didn't feel that the road in front of them was worth 1 million strings of coins. They always felt depressed. Standing at the entrance of the bridge where they collected customs duties, they watched batches of grains being transported here and bolts of silk being paid. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore as they walked across the bridge to look for Zhang Tai. They wanted to ask him what had happened. Soon after Zhang Tai received the order to take action, he found the person in charge of the other aspects and prepared to cooperate with them. The moment he handed over the command, he was assigned a task. Before he carried it out, Li Dong had come to him with a dispirited look. "Boss Li, are you free today?" Zhang Tai greeted Li Dong with a sincere smile. "Not bad. I'm out for a walk. By the way, I'll take a look at the newly repaired road and your shops and boits. The business here is good. It's so boisterous here." Li Dong tried his best to restrain his impulse to tell Zhang Tai about the road. Instead, he talked in circles with Zhang Tai as he glanced over the businesses on this side of the river. At the same time, he felt even worse. They had made it clear that Xinluo would take 80% of the rent and tolls of the road in Xinluo. Xinluo would take 20% of the rent and tolls of the road in Jili province. However, there were no shops on that side of the road. Those shops were on the left side of Daxing City, which was in the sphere of influence of Tang dynasty. Therefore, Tang dynasty couldn't collect tolls there. Since the river was connected and the bridge was built, none of the merchants' teams came here from Daxing City. The current situation was that the merchants from other places would directly take the boats from Jili province or Boarding province and pay some tolls to the new wharf at Sashui River. After that, they would unload their goods at the wharf and take another land route to the bridge. They would only pay 20% of the tariff instead of tolls. When they rested, they didn't cross the river. Instead, they rested in the boits and inns of Tang dynasty. These shops didn't belong to the share of profits as stipulated in the contract. Li Dong then realized that he had spent all the money that he should have spent. He didn't earn any money that he should have earned. The transportation fee was earned by the shipping companies of Zhang family and Wang family, while the consumption income was earned by the shops here. Therefore, he had an impulse to swear as he felt that he had been cheated by Zhang Xiaobao. What a liar, what a big liar. He cheated Tufan and Nippon before coming to Xinluo. Li Dong scolded inside. Ah, someone is thinking about me. I'm afraid that it's Xinluo. They reacted too fast just now. Zhang Xiaobao, who was telling stories on the mountaintop with his younger brother and sister, sneezed as he said. Wang Wan pursed her lips into a smile. I'm afraid that they're praising you. They're praising that you, an international swindler, are finally useful. Sister, is an international swindler very powerful? Xiao Bei raised her head and blinked her big eyes as she asked. That's quite powerful. Wang Wan was certain. Li Dong didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao was such a professional. If he could cheat, he would cheat. If he couldn't, he would think of ways to cheat. Otherwise, his reputation would be damaged. What he was thinking about now was how to get his money back. He would get as much as he could. He didn't expect the road to continue to be repaired. Therefore, he tried to find a topic to talk about and said, Steward Zhang, I see that your fleet comes and goes frequently. You even transported a lot of food and cloth. This year's harvest seems to be quite good. Well, it's okay. Speaking of which, I'm not very sure either. I'm only in charge of construction and know nothing about farming. Since Mr. Li is free, why don't you go to Shuiyun room for a drink? You can help me with the reception fee. It's almost winter. If I don't spend this year's money, I won't be able to save it next year. Zhang Tai enthusiastically pulled Li Dong towards the restaurant between the clouds and the water not far away. On the way, he said to Li Dong, I gave you a lot of vouchers last time. You can't use them after the new year. Use them when you need to. Li Dong thought that it was indeed inappropriate to talk about things outside, so he followed Zhang Tai. After hearing Zhang Tai's words, he looked like he agreed. However, he was cursing in his heart. Zhang family and Wang family were so poor that they wanted to make people spend money. The vouchers couldn't be used as money directly. For every 1,000 yuan used, they had to spend 9,000 yuan. The price of food and drinks here was 5 times that of Chongfeng Pavilion. Only idiots would eat at the restaurant between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. After walking for a few steps, the two people soon entered the restaurant between the clouds and the water. The first 3 floors of the restaurant were relatively solid. They chose a room where they could see the river and told the waiter to warm the wine. After that, they casually chose 2 signature dishes. The waiter served the cold plates first so that they could enjoy the wine. Zhang Tai spread out a piece of dried tofu. He brushed some sauce on it and sprinkled some chopped green onions on it. Then, he rolled it up and took a big bite. After chewing it forcefully, he swallowed it. After letting out a long sigh, he said, Mr. Li, try this. It looks simple, but it's refreshing. Obviously, Li Dong didn't want to smell the green onions. He responded with a smile. However, he picked up a garlic eggplant and tasted it. He had to admit that the food and drinks between the clouds and the water were worth that price. Although they were made with the same ingredients, they were much more delicious than those made in Chongfeng Pavilion. Steward Zhang, when the weather turns cold and the ground freezes, will the road not be able to be repaired? Li Dong looked at the river and asked Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai looked very serious as he explained to Li Dong, if Mr. Li is willing to pay more, the road can be repaired in winter. You don't have to be afraid of snow. The ground can be melted by sprinkling salt. If the ground freezes, you can roast it with fire. However, it will cost a lot. It's not worth it. How about repairing it next spring? You're right, Steward Zhang. It's not worth it. Steward Zhang, I've seen fewer businessmen coming here by land these days. Is it because the road is not easy to travel and it's hard to repair it? Of course, Li Dong didn't want to continue investing money. Against his will, he said that there were fewer businessmen coming here. Actually, there were no businessmen coming here at all. They were all transported by ship. Zhang Tai revealed an embarrassed look. To tell you the truth, it's not hard to repair the road. The main problem is that there's a small problem with the raw materials. The price of the explosives used to blow up the stones has increased by 3 times. On the other hand, the commoners are living a better life. If we still pay them the same wages as before, no one is willing to do it. If we don't solve these 2 problems, we won't be able to repair the road with 11 million strings of cash. It's estimated that we won't even be able to repair 1/3 of the road. Why don't we wait a little longer? When we signed the contract, Mr. Li wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, we didn't specify a completion date on the contract. Next year, I heard that the explosives will be mass-produced. By then, all the difficulties will be solved. The road can be repaired. There are difficulties, but I believe that we can overcome them. Seeing Zhang Tai's honest look, Li Dong really wanted to slap all the sauce on his face. He was obviously looking for an excuse, yet he still said it in such a dignified manner. How shameless was he? Li Dong understood that the key point was that he didn't specify the completion date on the contract. It was reasonable for him to say that it would take 8 to 10 years. Steward Zhang, yesterday, someone else told me that they wanted to repair the road behind our shop. It's just that we've been spending too much recently and can't spare any money. I see that we haven't spent the 1 million strings of cash on the road from Jili province to Xinlua. I wonder if you can take it out for us to use first. I can't do that. If the money is in my hands, I might lend it to you if you want to borrow it. But I'm only responsible for the construction chores. I'm more in charge of business. I'm not in charge of the specific accounts. Even if I promise you, I can't take out the money. Haven't a lot of materials been transported to your shop recently? You've already collected a lot of customs duties. Why don't you use that money to do it? Zhang Tai revealed a helpless look as he changed the topic to customs duties. Li Dong pointed at the place where money was collected with his chopsticks. Where's the cash? Back then, it was said that if we couldn't pay for the customs duties, we could use goods to pay for them. Isn't that what we've done? Piles of silk, mountains of grain, we can't sell them. It's not just us who are anxious, even the people of the imperial clan are anxious. Oh, let's wait a little longer. To be honest, our Tang dynasty didn't collect customs duties for a few times. You've taken all the advantages. Young master is really worried. If this goes on, won't he keep losing money? Zhang Tai started to complain. He wanted Xinlua to supply more goods. Li Dong also admitted that he had taken advantage of Zhang Tai in this aspect. However, he still felt that something was wrong. Zhang Tai ordered rice because he was hungry. That gorgeous bowl of rice cost 10 copper coins for one bowl. How expensive? Expensive. Yes, it was the problem of price. Chapter 854. With the arrival of early winter, the southern region was still warm. Occasionally, it would drizzle, which made people put on extra clothes. In the north, it began to snow lightly. The county magistrate of Jian and County, Zhang Xiaobei, had already led the children's regiment to prepare all the tools. They were waiting for the snow that was bigger than goose feathers to build the white Great Wall. There were also snowmen standing guard behind the battlements. The tinkling of bells spread along the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Coupled with the pace of the horses, it was very rhythmic. It didn't stop until it reached the gate of the Imperial Palace. The soldiers guarding in front of the Imperial Palace saw the flag raised on the carriage. They hesitated for a moment but still gritted their teeth and approached to check. The carriage was full of food, which was rented from Jian and County. There was also a large box containing local specialties such as ginseng, deer antler, bear gall, and so on. The newly selected guards who had been here for less than a year also approached the carriage. When they saw the nondescript things in the carriage, they obviously didn't look good. They felt provoked. Just as they were about to reprimand them, they were stopped by the leader beside them. This is... The leader could understand what the 9 little people painted on the flag represented, but he couldn't judge whether someone was faking it, so he asked implicitly. The coachman didn't make it difficult for them. He took out a pile of documents from his arms. There were the seals of the 9 people from various departments in Jian and County, the official documents of the Bohai Jidushi, his own identity document, and the inspection record of the senior officer guarding the gate before entering the city. The anti-forgery mark on it was clear. There was also a sealed letter for people to send to the Imperial Palace for inspection. Stay here. Don't ask, don't move, and don't leave. The leader ordered a few of his subordinates, picked up the letter with the seal, and hurried inside. Not long after, the Imperial Palace opened a corner door. The loyal little eunuch Luo Bin came out to welcome them. He ordered people to arrange the coachman to rest elsewhere. After checking the carriage again and making sure there were no hidden compartments, he sat in the driver's seat and waved the whip to drive the carriage into the Imperial Palace. Brother Qin, how can the carriage? The guard who wanted to reprimand the coachman just now saw the carriage being driven into the Imperial Palace. He pointed at the leader beside him and asked. How can we go in? Xiao Bei sent the rent and tribute to His Majesty, so he naturally has to go in. Don't you think so? The leader said matter-of-factly. Yes, oh, no. Who's Xiao Bei? The newcomer obviously didn't know. The county magistrate of Jian and County. Then it can be sent to the palace. If you want to know the details, I'll tell you in detail at old Zhang's braised food shop on the next street after your shift. Okay, it's my treat. It was the autumn harvest, and the amount of grain harvested from various places had been reported to the capital. Li Longji looked at the data and felt that the gloomy sky was so clear. He could even see the beauty of nature in the leaves that were blown away by the wind. Gao Lisher rushed over with Luo Bin and the carriage. He knew that only the local specialties in the carriage were really sent from Jian and County, and it was the Shui Yungang's help. The rest of the grain was distributed from Jili province under the name of Jianen. No one would be stupid enough to send a carriage of grain from Jianen. When Gao Lisher found the emperor, Li Longji was fiddling with the train. He connected pieces of wood to the rails and fully wound the front of the train. There were 10 carriages behind it. When he loosened his hands, the train started to move on the tracks. When the string was out of strength, he wounded again. He didn't have enough fun. The sound of the bell covered the sound of the train. Li Longji looked up with confusion in his eyes. Lisher is here. This carriage. Your Majesty, this is the rent sent by the county magistrate of Jian and County and other officials. There's also a tribute. The rent can be sent to my Xingqing Palace. Your Majesty, it's Jian and County Magistrate Zhang Xiao Bei. Oh, right, I remember. It's Xiao Bei and the others. They also have a good harvest. Quick, let me take a look. It's really not easy. Li Longji's unhappiness disappeared. He left the train and walked to the side of the carriage. He carefully looked at the things that were sent over. He praised without tasting them, Good, it smells good. The ginseng is also beautiful. It's even wearing clothes. This year's harvest is not bad. Gao Lisher couldn't see that this carriage of rice was better than the batch specially provided by Sanshui County. However, since the emperor said it was good, it was naturally good. He replied, "Your Majesty is right. The rice was actually sent from Jili province. There are only about 100 people in Jian'an." Xiao Bao wrote a letter saying that when the cucumbers in the greenhouse are done marinating, he would send someone to send them to Your Majesty to try. This year's harvest is almost twice as good as the previous ones. Xiao Bao mobilized a lot of them and sold them to Xinluo. Li Longji took the letter and continued to praise, "Good, the gift from Jili province is also good. It's not easy to have such thoughts. He's much better than the other officials. His handwriting is better, and his writing is smooth and concise. The drop of ink that accidentally dripped looks like a plum blossom. Good." Gao Lisher didn't want to continue this topic. He understood that even if Xiao Bei and the others sent a handful of soil, the emperor would be able to smell the fragrance from it. As if he also felt that his praise was a little too much, Li Longji closed the lid of the tribute again and turned his head to ask, "Xiao Bao has made a move on Xinluo." "He has already made a move. In the future, the heavily polluted industries will be placed in Xinluo. Now, he is suppressing the local agriculture. I reckon that the people of Xinluo won't be able to react in time. Cheap rice hurts the farmers. So what if they react? Once this opening is opened, it won't be easy to block it. The price of rice in the Great Tang can't fall any further. Tomorrow morning, we will discuss with the officials and think of a solution." Li Longji said as he looked to the east, as if he wanted to see Xinluo. The people of Xinluo were indeed as Gao Lisher had said. They were still happily receiving the 20% tariff. Ships of grain were unloaded in Sashui and transported to Xinluo in carts. Bolts of cloth were sent as if they didn't need money. After paying 20% of the tariff, one could buy a bucket of polished rice for only 5 copper coins. The people of Xinluo who didn't work in agriculture all bought it and stored it. Their faces revealed a happy expression as if they were celebrating the new year. While many people were happy, the farmers were dumbfounded. In the past, a bucket of rice cost more than 20 copper coins. After they sold it, their days weren't so good. Now, the rice that was shipped from other places was only sold for 5 copper coins. Looking at the grain that they wanted to sell but were reluctant to sell, worry filled their faces. The weavers were also shocked. They worked hard to weave cloth for a month, wanting to sell it for a good price. However, they found that the fine cloth that was shipped from the Great Tang only cost 80 copper coins. At this price, if they sold it, they wouldn't be able to eat until they vomited blood. Chapter 855. After several light snowfalls, a heavy snow finally fell on the land of the Great Tang. The cement road in Chang and was restored to its original appearance the next morning. Li Longji didn't have the snow-melting agent, but he had salt. The inferior salt shipped from Jili province was not used for the consumption of the common people. Most of it was sent to the Ministry of Works to be used as industrial raw materials. It was not a problem to use a small portion of it to melt snow. The morning court session was still held in Xingqing Palace. Unlike previous years, when the officials had to prepare their own hand stoves in the cold, Li Longji had the Ministry of Works build a heating system this year. According to the distance between the steps, pipes were made to deliver hot water. An iron box was installed at the position where each official was to stand. When their feet were warm, their bodies would not be too cold. All of the officials knew that the emperor would not be so idle as to casually do such a thing. He definitely had a purpose to achieve. As expected, when the morning court session started and the officials were feeling the warmth of winter, Li Longji opened his mouth. Do you know what is under your feet? The officials were stunned. What is it? Is there a need to ask? It's a heating system. Which official didn't have one in their house? The Ministry of Works fixed all of their houses for free. A thing called a boiler was installed in every house. Those who were not used to sleeping on Kong could still sleep on their beds. Although they thought so, the officials knew that the emperor must have something to say about the heating system. They tacitly looked at the emperor and waited for him to explain. Li Longji didn't wait for others to ask and said directly, "This thing is a heating system. Everyone has one in their house. You don't lack it, right?" Some nodded and some shook their heads. Nodding meant that they had one in their house. Shaking meant that they did not lack it. Li Longji didn't care about the different body language of the officials and continued, "Of course, you have one in your house, but the common people don't. I can't be comforted. I can't sleep at night. How will the common people survive in winter?" The officials didn't believe the emperor. If they died without a heating system, how did the people in the past survive? They were all wondering what the emperor was trying to achieve and continued to remain silent. "I heard that there is a thing that can generate electricity, make lights, and produce heat. It's killing two birds with one stone. I'll let the Minister of Works, Zhang Zhong, be in charge of it. What do you think?" Li Longji followed his words and said Zhang Zhong's name. The officials immediately understood. It seemed that the thing that needed to be repaired would cost a lot of money, and they were afraid that they would object to Zhang Zhong being in charge of it, so they took a big detour. "Your Majesty, I have a question. How much does that thing cost?" Zhang Jiuling stood up and asked. "This. It's not a lot of money. I estimate that it's around 10 million or so. However, heating is relatively easy, but generating electricity is difficult. It needs to be tested first, and it might not be possible within a few years." Li Longji's words clearly lacked confidence. When the ministers heard this, they were secretly surprised. 10 million, that was definitely not money, but strings of string. If they took out that much money, they might not succeed. In the process, it was very likely that Zhang Zhong would have too much power. No wonder the emperor took a big detour. At this moment, everyone began to consider whether they should agree to Zhang Zhong taking charge of this matter or not. In the end, it was Zhang Jiuling who spoke. "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Minister Zhang is a good choice to take charge of this matter. After all, Minister Zhang's family is more well-to-do, and I believe that they won't interfere with the research costs. However, I don't know if Your Majesty will take out this much money all at once, or give it bit by bit. How will it be managed?" When the others heard Zhang Jiuling's words, they also felt that giving the money to Zhang Zhong was more reassuring than giving it to others. The so-called well-to-do could be considered as having wealth that could rival an entire country, and they wouldn't be greedy for money. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of having a rich family. Li Longji glanced at Zhang Zhong, who was standing beside him, and continued, "I plan to turn on the heating first. The Ministry of Works has already made a lot of pipes, and the power generation will take some time. Naturally, the money will be given to the Ministry of Works bit by bit. As for the location, I plan to mark out a piece of land in the capital, and I won't allow any unrelated personnel to get close to it. Perhaps, I will use some of the people's houses." Understood. This time, the officials completely understood. The most important thing was not the money, but the location. Perhaps the location would be related to some official's family, and when the time came, they would have to give it up. The emperor was worried that if Zhang Zhong chose a good location and the people there did not want to move, they would look for a court official with connections, or spend money to send gifts, and obstruct Zhang Zhong in every possible way. This would make things difficult for Zhang Zhong. Your Majesty, this subject agrees. At this time, Wei Shu also stood up to express his support. Recently, he wanted to write a book on the development of science and technology, so he often went to the Ministry of Works. He knew that even if the Ministry of Works had a lot of unfinished research, he would be able to get more advanced technology by interacting more with Zhang Zhong. Therefore, he had a good relationship with Zhang Zhong. After the Emperor, he was the second person to know that the radio had already appeared. He wanted to see how the power plant generated electricity and how useful it was. After one person stood up to support, several other people also stood up to support. Some of them did not have any other property in the capital, and some of them did not have a high official position and did not have much real power. It was good to have a good relationship with Zhang Zhong. The main reason was that his son had a lot of power. Although he was an official, he was in charge of a large area of land. Except for these few people, the others did not make a sound. They wanted to wait for others to express their views. There were very few people who responded to the request for land. At this time, Zhang Zhong had to stand up and announce, those who are occupied can send people to manage the Bohai provincial governor's area or 100 times the size of the land. They will definitely have a harvest. They can also directly get money to buy 10 times the size of the land. This subject agrees. Yuan Rong jumped out. It was good that it was not for free. With money, they could buy a bigger piece of land in other places, or go to the northern part of Hebei province and ask for 100 times the size of the land. It was not bad, especially the northern part of Hebei province. Zhang Zhong had just said that there would definitely be a harvest. This credibility could be guaranteed. Although his son, Zhang Xiaobao, always liked to lie, he had never taken the initiative to lie to any of the court officials. If he said that there would be a harvest, then it would definitely not be bad. After Yuan Rong spoke, more and more court officials began to follow suit, expressing their support for the Ministry of Works to occupy the land. Li Longji sat there, looking very unhappy. If there was no benefit to be had, then no one would speak up. Seeing that most of the officials had agreed, he said, since that's the case, Minister Zhang, you must do your best. This subject asks your Majesty to rest assured. Zhang Zhong replied. He knew what the emperor meant. It was not a power plant or a heating system, but a radio station, or a place to receive and send signals. It had to be built in the most secret place, covering at least a radius of 100 miles around the capital. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. This was exactly what he meant. Because after knowing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's so-called assassination was fake, they followed the vine to the melon and found out that the other people used a radio. They were still working hard to make wires, which made them feel very unbalanced. In the end, under the threat of punishing them, they obtained very useful information. At the research site in Jili province, they were making something called a semiconductor, also known as a game box. A lot of things were placed in a large box, and then a certain kind of signal could be received, which was then converted into sound and transmitted. Li Longji knew that this was a kind of leap forward. If it was done well, it could be used for communication around the capital. When the time came, people who were still dissatisfied around the capital would find the capital and let them see it. It would definitely have a great deterrent effect. Now that the snow has fallen, are there disaster documents sent from various places? After finishing the most important thing, Li Longji began the morning court meeting. Xiao Yuan, come here and look at the snowman I made. This snowman is called Xiao Bei, which is me. What do you think the one next to it is called? The area covered by the snow was not small, and there was also a thick layer of snow in Jinan, which was even thicker than in the capital. Xiao Bei, who was listening to the story halfway, could not resist the temptation of the snowy scenery outside and rushed out with the children's group to make a snowman. With the help of a few people, the two snowmen that had just been made ran to Xiao Yuan, pulled him to the snowman he made, and asked. Xiao Yuan was a smart person. He did not even think and directly answered, "Is there a need to ask?" The other snowman is naturally called Xiao Yuan, which is me. Wrong, how can it be you? Go and make your own snowman. The other one is called Xiao Bei number 2, do you know? Xiao Bei has many clones, the very powerful ones. Xiao Bei shook his head and denied Xiao Yuan's guess. Then why did you pull me here? Xiao Yuan was unwilling. Because your snowman is faster than mine. Look, the person who helped you build the snowman followed you here, and my person has been building it all along. Now, he's faster than you. Xiao Bei answered Xiao Yuan's question sincerely. Xiao Yuan looked up at the sky and appeared very helpless. He sighed again and said, Old Kong was right. As expected, it's hard to raise a little person. You dare to scold me? I'll tell sister, unless you let your people help me build a snowman. Xiao Bei felt that he had something on Xiao Yuan and threatened him. This time, Xiao Yuan did not compromise. He ordered his people to quickly build the snowman and was pulled to his brother and sister by Xiao Bei. Brother, sister, Xiao Yuan scolded me. Xiao Bei was the first to speak. Zhang Xiaobao was discussing with Wang Wan that they would not return to Beijing during the new year this year and would instead take Xiao Bei and the others on a trip. When he heard Xiao Bei complain, he asked, How did he scold you? He said that little people and women are hard to raise. Xiao Bei seemed to have learned a little and understood the meaning behind Xiao Yuan's words. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, then at his younger brother and sister. He smiled and nodded. That's right, Xiao Yuan is right. Little people are naturally children, and it takes a lot of energy to raise them. Have you seen Pan, and June, Do you have to wait on them? Of course, women are also hard to raise. Marrying a wife, eating a wife, dressing a wife, and eating a meal. With our family's business, our clothes and accessories mostly for men or women. Ah. You can explain it like that? Xiao Bei was stunned. He looked at his brother with eyes full of worship. His brother was indeed talented. He nodded and said, Yes, I know. Women have a lot, and men need to buy all kinds of things for women. Xiao Yuan, did you hear that? Help me build a snowman later. Why should I? It was Xiao Yuan's first time hearing such an explanation. He was thinking about it when he heard Xiao Bei's request and asked in dissatisfaction. Because of what you just said. Humph, if you don't help me, I won't be your wife when we play house in the future. I won't let you marry me when we grow up. I don't care for it. Trip rope. Don't scare me. I'll do it. I'll go out and get someone to help you build a snowman. This is called a gentleman does not stand on a collapsing wall. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xiao Yuan had a look of awe-inspiring righteousness. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. He said to Xiao Bei and Xiao Bei, Have fun today. Sleep early tonight. I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Where are we going? When Xiao Bei heard that they could go out to play, he immediately forgot about the snowman. Ulaanbaatar. Oh, it's called Yan Rant's Commander-in-Chief Manor. We're going to see the grassland scenery. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the northwest. Then can we still build a snowman? Xiao Bei thought of the snowman again. Yes, the snow on the grassland is more convenient to build a snowman. Go and play. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head. After Xiao Bei left happily, Wang Wan looked at the map carefully. There's a lot of resistance if we fly there. The cold current of Siberia is blowing in this direction. It's too cold to fly. What's there to be afraid of if it's cold? Prepare more warm supplies. There are many mines there and large grasslands. I plan to raise tens of millions of cows and sheep there, the kind that doesn't need artificial chemical feed. If I don't deal with the Turks, I'll always feel like there's a thorn in my heart. Agent K is really too annoying. Seeing that the Great Tang's national strength is getting stronger day by day, why can't he just quickly submit? Why does he have to play tricks and run north? Won't he have a conflict with the locals? Oh, there are very few locals. That's enough to freeze them to death. According to our calculations at that time, the place they're hiding in is 10 degrees colder than the winter they were in before. This is not a matter of 20 degrees or 30 degrees above zero. They'll definitely find a way to come back and block them. We'll take advantage of their low morale to take them down in one fell swoop. Zhang Xiaobao used his hand to draw a rough area on the map. He estimated that the Turks would run to that place to survive the winter. Wang Wan looked carefully. Then how many people are you going to bring? We only brought 2 people when we came. I'll bring 400 people. 50 people from the children's regiment and 350 people to protect Xiaobei and the others on the periphery. Now, I'll send a message to Jili province and ask them to send some of the hot air balloons over and bring all the supplies. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao set off with his brothers and sisters. The hot air balloons from Jili province had not been sent over yet. Now, they had to walk. Xiaobei also had a gun in her hand. The gun was very weak, and its effective range was only 10 meters. This was to let her familiarize herself with it. On the 3rd day after Zhang Xiaobao and the others set off, a fleet suddenly appeared in Jili province, or more accurately, in the outer seas of Silla. The people on the ship looked travel-worn. One of them was holding something like a stick in his hand. There were grains of food growing on it. This person took a bite from time to time. Chapter 856. When the hot air balloon of the tour group was ready to take off, the radio station on Zhang Xiaobao's back started beeping. Wang Wan translated the content as fast as she could and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with surprise in her eyes. They're back. The people who went to North America are finally back. We can eat proper Sichuan-style hot pot in the future. We can also make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Xiaobei and the others. And my cigarettes, roasted sweet potatoes, and, the first thing that came to Zhang Xiaobao's mind was to eat. Wang Wan nodded vigorously. She also knew the value of the things that the team brought back. They would add many kinds of dishes to the tables of the people of Tang, especially potatoes, which could be preserved for a long time, just like cabbage. Chili was not only delicious, but also had certain medicinal properties. Touching Xiaobei's head, Wang Wan said to her, "Xiaobei, it's almost time to eat popcorn. There are also pancakes made of corn flour. Eat salted fish. People who go out will have a variety of dry food." What is corn? Is it more delicious than rice? Xiaobei stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It's corn. Anyway, there are many names. It can be cooked as snacks. Order, stop the trip and ask Shui Yun to send some seeds. Wang Wan didn't know how to explain it to Xiaobei. No matter how good it was not as direct as seeing the real thing, so she immediately issued the order. The people who had just returned to Jili State had a good sleep. According to the order, they packed a lot of strange seeds, tied them to Shui Yun's feet, and released them into the sky. While waiting, Zhang Xiaobao thought of Li Bai. Recently, Li Bai had written a lot of poems for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping to be appreciated by them and get a satisfactory position. But the result was not very good. This time, before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set off, they arranged for him to be a 6th-rank official in Jili province. It was not a small position, but compared to his yearning for the capital, he still had many regrets. Now that Zhang Xiaobao knew that a new variety was coming, in order to preserve it well, he did not plan to let Li Bai continue to be in charge of the warehouse. He was afraid that Li Bai would one day drink too much and kill the newly obtained seeds. If that happened, he would have no one to cry to. When he found Li Bai, who was also packing his luggage, Zhang Xiaobao said to him directly, "Young Master Li, there are two official positions for you to choose from. One is to be the county magistrate in Jian. I'll give you a mission. You are to lead the people of Jian and to plant a new kind of thing in the greenhouse. This greenhouse is a glass greenhouse. It's no longer simple." Li Bai listened carefully. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about something new, he was a little curious, but he did not want to stay. How could a county with only 100 people be called a county? Even if they grew smallpox, it would be useless. Then he asked, "What about the second one?" "The second one is to enter the capital and become an official. You first go to Jili province and get some seeds there. When you return to the capital, you take them directly to the Sinong temple and let people plant them. Your official position is also in the Sinong temple. Well, you can be a garden supervisor. What should we call it?" "Oh, let's call it Shirlai Garden. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of a new name and a new department, so he asked Li Bai. Li Bai did a little calculation and knew that the new official position was a 6th-rank official with some real power. He was also an official in the capital. He had not considered whether this official position was what he wanted, but he had a new understanding of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's abilities. From Zhang Xiaobao's words, he knew that the Sinong temple did not have a Shirlai garden yet. Zhang Xiaobao was going to make one. He looked so confident, as if the Sinong temple would do whatever he said. He could give him a 6th-rank official as he said so. Feeling Zhang Xiaobao's power, Li Bai temporarily believed that Zhang Xiaobao could successfully give him a garden in the Sinong temple. But after thinking about it, he found that no matter what kind of garden it was, his official position was a little small and he still had to farm. He could not help but show an expression of embarrassment. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Bai was thinking when he saw his expression. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He gave him a 6th-rank official and he was not satisfied. He gave him this because of his reputation as an immortal poet. "Which one do you think is more suitable, Child Li?" Zhang Xiaobao asked patiently. "Can I change to another place?" Li Bai was not willing to study farming in his heart. "Then you can go to the Ministry of Rights and be a secretary. That's also a 6th-rank official." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and gave him another official position. Li Bai lowered his head and thought for a while. The expression on his face was still the same as before. It seemed that the Ministry of Rights was not very good either. If the Ministry of Rights is not good enough, you can go to the Ministry of Revenue and be a manager. That's a 7th-rank official. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking of new things now. He wanted to get rid of Li Bai as soon as possible. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. It was a very important department. The manager could see the minister and it was convenient to contact him. It was a good place. But the rank was not good. Li Bai gritted his teeth and asked, "Can I be a doctor?" "What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked rhetorically. He knew that Li Bai wanted to be the physician of the left and right departments of the ministries, a 5th-level official who could attend the morning court. This was purely a joke. It was not that it could not be arranged, but how could Li Bai want to jump directly to an important 5th-level official position? Li Bai also felt that his request was too much, but he was full of expectations. After thinking about it, he said, "Then I'd better be a governor." This time, Li Bai was thinking about how to enter the capital and find a way to meet the officials in the capital. After getting familiar with them, he would ask them to recommend him. If they did not agree, he would use Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion and slowly look for an opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao specialized in studying people's psychology. How could he not know what Li Bai was thinking? Li Bai's eyes moved. Zhang Xiaobao knew what he was thinking, but he did not expose him. He would let him try and see who would dare to interfere with the position he arranged. Not to mention the officials of each department, even if the position was a little bigger, it would not work. Zhang Xiaobao even got the position of the head of the secretariat. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao laughed in his heart. He took Li Bai into the room, spread out the paper, ground the ink, and wrote on it, "Recommend Li Bai Li Tai Bai to be the Minister of Revenue. He will try for a year and wait for the examination next year." Zhang Xiaobao. A few simple words confirmed Li Bai's position. After the examination next year, the new position would be discussed. Li Bai thought that Zhang Xiaobao would praise him and write the reason for the recommendation. He did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao would write it so simply. Looking at the ink that had not yet dried, he asked worriedly, "Is this correct?" "Correct." Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen, picked up his seal, and stamped it. This seal was also made by him. It had long become a habit. Li Longji was very stingy. He only cared about the appointment of officials. As for the other things, such as the clothes, the seal, and so on, he was not responsible for them. Who will I show this to when I arrive in the capital? No matter how Li Bai looked at it, he did not think that this letter could achieve his goal. It was written too simply. Zhang Xiaobao put down the pen and blew on the ink. "You can show it to anyone. As long as you enter the capital, take it out. Anyone who sees it will take you to see the person who arranged your position. The Ministry of Personnel is in charge of officials. If you want to go to the Ministry of Revenue, it will not be a problem. Or you can directly let Li His Majesty see it and arrange it for you. Go. Don't forget to help me bring some seeds when you pass by Jili province. I will write a letter to the Agriculture Temple and ask them to set up a special garden. Oh, when you arrive in the capital, you can ask about Wang Wei. He is also good at writing poems." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao casually folded the new letter and stuffed it into Li Bai's hand. That was it. Li Bai held the letter in his hand and watched Zhang Xiaobao go out. His face was blank. He always felt that Zhang Xiaobao had agreed too easily. He said that he would be an official in the capital, and he came too quickly. Logically speaking, if he wanted to be an official in the capital, he should not be like this. He looked at the letter in his hand again. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had to treat a dead horse as a live one. Whether it worked or not, he would give it a try after he arrived in the capital. He lowered his head and walked out with infinite sadness. When he looked up, he happened to see Zhang Xiaohai squatting there and writing on the snow. Li Bai found that Xiaohai was silent for a long time in the days they spent together. Compared to his sister Xiaobei, Xiaohai was much more silent. Li Bai curiously went over to see what Xiaohai was writing. When he saw what Xiaohai was writing, Li Bai was confused again. He could not understand at all because Xiaohai wrote, "Let the side length be x, the area be y, 2y equals z. What nonsense is this? What nonsense is this?" Xiaohai did not notice Li Bai's arrival at all. He was still meditating and calculating. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely shout that Li Bai was a genius. Unfortunately, Li Bai was not. "Ah! I have to ask my sister how to eliminate Yuan." Xiaohai calculated for a while and found that he could not calculate. He frowned and muttered. "What are you writing?" Li Bai asked puzzledly. "You won't understand even if I tell you. Did my brother arrange an official position for you?" Xiao Hai was very surprised and said a few more words. Li Bai nodded. Then do a good job. Don't think that the position is small. I heard from my brother and sister that my father studied hard for more than 10 years and was the top scorer in the exam. In the end, he was just a small 7th grade official. If you dare to smear my brother's name, I will ask my sister to impeach you. Today, Little Hai spoke a lot, especially to outsiders. Li Bai was obviously in a bad mood. He was threatened by a child. What did he mean? Did he look down on him? Li Bai did not answer and turned to leave. He was really afraid that the 9 children would jointly impeach him. It was not a joke. There had been a precedent, so it was very accurate. Li Bai laughed with expectation in his heart. Under the protection of the 4 people, he went to the seaside to take a boat. When the time came, he would transfer to Jili province and take the seeds to the capital. Shui Yun also came, but she did not come alone. She also brought a companion, a big red eagle. One white and one red, flying in the sky, was very conspicuous. It was named Hongwan. It was considered a fairy bird. In Zhang Ying's eyes, only a fairy bird was worthy of Shui Yun. The 2 eagles brought a package of things. Judging from the marks, they should have stopped to rest on the way. There was snow and ice at the bottom of the package, and there was also some soil and some blood stains of some animal left behind when the 2 eagles ate. Zhang Xiaobao only looked at the package and didn't rush to open it. Instead, he touched Shui Yun's head and said, "Congratulations, you found a good one. I haven't seen a red eagle before. When you have children, you have to give them a heads up so they don't fall to their deaths." Shui Yun seemed to understand Zhang Xiaobao's words. She rubbed her head against Zhang Xiaobao's face. Her sharp mouth was frightening. Xiao Bei asked someone to kill a deer and send it to Shui Yun. She also said, "When you have babies, our children's group will catch insects for you. It's best to catch more than 100 of them. You have to work hard." After Shui Yun took Hongwan to eat, Zhang Xiaobao opened the package. There were sweet potatoes and potatoes that had sprouted. It seemed that they were caused by the high temperature on the boat, so they dug them up and sent them to the greenhouse to be planted. In addition to these 2, there were also coffee beans and cocoa. Send them to Luzhou to be planted. Zhang Xiaobao picked out 2 kinds of things. He could not plant them in Jinan. Next were more than a dozen ears of corn, a lot of chilies, a pack of poorly made tobacco and seeds, half a plate of sunflower seeds, and washed tomato seeds. It seemed that the harvest was not small. As for the wood and other things, they did not send any samples. They were probably afraid that Shui Yun and the others would be tired. Wang Wan also looked at them and said in confusion, "I remember that some of the things are from South America." They didn't go there, did they? You remembered wrongly. Come, Xiao Bei, prepare the seasonings for the spicy hot pot. I'll make you a real spicy hot pot. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. Then, he picked up the chilies and instructed Xiao Bei, who was looking at him curiously. Xiao Bei smacked his lips and shook his head. Are we going to eat this? Let's keep it for seeds. Zhang Xiaobao pinched some chilies and put them in his mouth to taste. He stuck out his tongue and explained to Xiao Bei, the inside is the seed. The skin outside doesn't count. You can eat it. Oh, it's good to eat. Xiao Bei cheered and hurriedly ran to make the arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao took the opportunity to call the people in the county and the people who stayed behind. He and Wang Wan complimented each other by introducing the planting methods of several crops. They could not wait until next year to manage the tujue. As for the future plan, they had to wait until the local people had planted the crops. Very soon, Xiao Bei finished preparing everything. All the seasonings and things to be boiled were brought over. The only thing missing was the chilies. With real chilies, there was no need for substitutes. Zhang Xiaobao put a lot of chilies in a lattice and then went to fry chili oil. Together with the pepper oil and sesame paste, he waited for the water to boil before eating. After Xiaobei did his best to blow on the fire, the water finally boiled. Before they could eat, the smell of chilies entered their noses. Ah! It's so spicy. Xiaobei sneezed and said with red eyes. The others who smelled the smell also nodded. They originally thought that scallions, ginger, garlic, and chilies were spicy enough. Today, they finally saw what spiciness was. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan swallowed their saliva at the same time. Only the two of them knew the deliciousness of chilies. Zhang Xiaobao stuffed a handful of tofu skins into the lattice and boiled them vigorously. When the tofu skins were soft, he took them out and distributed them to his 9 younger siblings. Then, he poured some chili oil and pepper oil on top. Eat. I'll make boiled meat slices and boiled fish for all of you in the future. Xiaobei nodded his head vigorously twice and moved his nose closer to smell. The smell of chili oil and sesame oil mixed together. Before eating, he already felt that it was fragrant. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the spiciness. Then, he carefully picked up a stick of tofu skins and put it into his mouth. In less than 2 seconds, Xiaobei's eyes suddenly widened and his hand stopped moving. After another 2 seconds, Xiaobei took off the stick and chewed it vigorously. There was obvious sweat on his forehead. Even so, his mouth did not stop moving. When he swallowed the stick, he opened his mouth and exhaled. He said in a muffled voice, "It's so spicy. I want that soup. Give me some of the soup. It's so comfortable. It's so warm. You still want to drink soup when it's spicy." Xiao Yuan had not eaten all this time. He was obviously frightened by Xiaobei's reaction. "What do you know? I want to eat it more and more. If you don't cooperate with me in the future, I'll pour chili water on you and let you know what's good for you." Xiaobei suddenly thought of a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He looked at Wang Wan and said, "It seems that our Xiaobei is really talented. He knows how to pour chili water. I haven't tried pouring this thing into my nose to see what it feels like." "It can treat colds," Wang Wan said. Xiao Yuan watched Xiaobei slurp and eat at the same time. He finally could not help but try it. In the end, he became like Xiaobei. The more spicy it was, the more he wanted to eat it. The others also came to taste it, including the people in the county. All of them felt that this thing was magical. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao stopped his brother and sister and gave each of them a big bowl of mung bean porridge. He was afraid that the spiciness would affect their digestive systems. "It's a pity that we don't have green pepper seeds," Zhang Xiaobao said regretfully. "That was cultivated later. When grafted with tomatoes, it will produce persimmon peppers. When more tomatoes grow, they can be made into ketchup. There will be one more fish in tomato sauce in the can. Pack up and prepare to set off." Seeing that the thing she was looking forward to had arrived, Wang Wan's thoughts returned to the Turks. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Roast an ear of corn for them to try." The fleet brought back a lot. "Next year, we'll release it in our restaurant first and see the effect. Is there a need to see? As long as it's not popularized, new things will definitely become luxury goods. Smoking is harmful to health. You're not allowed to smoke too much even if you have cigarettes." Wang Wan seemed to be very disgusted by other people smoking. "I'm planning to make cigars, not cigarettes or fertilizer." "Oh, there's no such good fertilizer now. I've decided. In order to help the people of Xinluo become rich, not only will I put all kinds of smelting plants in Xinluo, but I'll also plant cigarettes in their fertile land. Before they're dried, they'll look like cabbages. They'll look green and pleasing. Zhang Xiaobao's expression became one of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It was so sacred that no one could violate it. After Xiaobei and the others tasted the corn and decided to eat corn all day next year, the tour group finally slowly rose into the sky and headed to a distant place for sightseeing. Before Li Bai arrived at Jili Province had already sent a fast ship to Dengzhou. Large bags of things were sent by Dengzhou on fast horses to the capital. The speed was only slightly slower than the speed of the 800 Li urgent report. As Zhang Xiaobao's tour group continued to float in the sky, bags of goods were sent to Savant's restaurant. The chefs in Savant's restaurant began to make food according to the method written in the letter that came with the packages. There were actually only two kinds of food that could be made: chili peppers and corn. Some corn was still a little green, and some had already turned golden. It was probably not easy to preserve them. After the morning court session ended the next day, when Li Longji was preparing to have lunch, the people from Savant's restaurant arrived outside the palace. After a series of checks, the food boxes finally appeared on the dining table in front of Li Longji. Li Longji's meals had long changed. There was no need for so many things to look at. More than 10 dishes per meal was already extravagant enough in his opinion. He would only show the proper extravagance when he ate with the envoys from Japan, Xan Luo, and other countries. Today, the imperial kitchen had yet to serve the food. When Li Longji heard that there was food coming from Savant's restaurant, he immediately ordered the imperial kitchen to stop cooking and ordered someone to open the food boxes. He saw that there were many small yellow steamed buns inside. They looked quite pleasing to the eye and smelled a special fragrance. He did not know what it was. When the other food box was opened, there was a charcoal fire heating it. There were many pieces of cooked meat, bean sprouts, and other supplementary ingredients. When he smelled it again, he almost cried. This is... For the first time, Li Longji felt that he was ignorant and inexperienced. He had never seen such things before. According to the procedure, he first used a silver needle to test if there was any commonly used poison, such as arsenic. He then let the little eunuch taste it again. When the golden steamed bun was about to turn cold, the little eunuch was still alive and well. Only then did Gao Lisher pick up a steamed bun, pinch it into small pieces, and put it into his mouth to chew. Your Majesty, it's delicious. This subject has never eaten anything with such taste. As he spoke, Gao Lisher went to eat the boiled meat slices again. After sticking out his tongue because of the spiciness, he continued to nod at Li Longji. Li Longji couldn't wait any longer. He was already used to the food sent by Savant's restaurant and Joy House. Similarly, every time he watched others go through the procedures, he would think of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the two of them personally came to cook for him, he wouldn't have to wait for the food to turn cold before he could eat it. Seeing Gao Lisher nod, Li Longji couldn't wait to pick up a steamed bun. He didn't care about the dignity that an emperor should have and opened his mouth to take a big bite. When the golden steamed bun entered his mouth, he immediately felt a chewy feeling, followed by a unique fragrance. When he picked up another piece of meat, the spicy taste instantly filled his mouth. He quickly took another bite of the steamed bun and exhaled. He squinted his eyes and praised, "It's delicious. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are so considerate. Does Lisher know what this is?" Gao Lisher shook his head. "This subject doesn't know. I'll write a letter to ask." Go quickly." Li Longji seemed to be very anxious. Gao Lisher put down his chopsticks and went to write the letter. During this time, Li Longji had already opened his mouth and started to eat vigorously. When Gao Lisher finished writing the letter and sent it back to Jili province with a pigeon, he saw that there were only a few bean sprouts and vegetable leaves left in the big bowl with the boiled meat slices. There were only 3 small steamed buns left. The emperor was sitting upright with his stomach puffed out. His head was tilted backwards. Looking at the rise and fall of his chest, it was obvious that he was gasping for air. Luo Bin, quickly go to the medicinal kitchen and get the Dashan Cha pill. Your Majesty, you are, sorry. Gao Lisher looked very helpless. Li Longji touched his stomach with his hand. Lisher, I didn't eat them all. I left some for you. Chapter 857. As a rare grain, Li Longji was only lucky enough to taste one meal before he sent someone to the savant's restaurant to ask about it. He was told that he could only eat one meal every 3 days, and this was because of his special status. Li Longji could only put the matter of the cornbread aside for the time being and look forward to the arrival of every 3 days. He once again devoted his energy to various aspects of Great Tang. According to Wang Wan, the currently Longji should be in a situation where he rejoiced in grandiose achievements. A bucket of millet only cost a few copper coins, and under the fawning of many officials, Great Tang was flourishing. But now, Li Longji had no intention of relaxing. The Zhang family and the Wang family worked together with other merchants to open businesses all over Great Tang. Even the most remote places did not lack this kind of business cooperation. In addition to doing business, these shops were also in charge of collecting information, such as the living conditions of the people in a certain place and the bad evaluation of the officials in that place. These information were then sent to the capital to let Li Longji understand that his country was still far from his ideal. Zhang Xiaobao even took the opportunity to deceive Li Longji, telling him how wealthy that place was. In the winter, every family had fruits, and all they wanted to eat was vegetables. They were already sick of meat. Every family had a type of carriage that was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than a carriage. It only took 2 days to travel from the capital to Luzhou. Moreover, everyone had a very small radio that they could carry in their pocket at any time. They could take it out at any time to greet their family in Tubo at the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor. In terms of medical treatment, the Virtuous Academy could not compare. When hunting in the mountains, one's ears would not be eaten by wolves. It was fine. As long as one hid and did not let the wolves bite off one's head, one could use the small radio to inform a specialized department. There would be something that was hundreds of times faster than gliders flying over to save the person. Then, just like farming, one could grow another ear and install it. If there were no telegrams and steam engines, Li Longji would definitely not believe it. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. Hence, after making a comparison, Li Longji felt that the people of Great Tang did not have a good life. At the very least, he did not have a good life. He could not compare to the ordinary people of that place. Even if he lost an ear, he could not grow another one. This was the difference. Looking at the intelligence reports on the various regions of the Great Tang, he found that there were many places where the people could not eat white flour and rice, and could only eat millet, let alone meat and eggs. Even in winter, one could not expect to see fresh cucumbers. We still have to work hard. Li Longji closed the document about Hedong Dao, picked up a small metal box on the desk, and dripped 2 drops of eye drops mixed with ice shards into it, and said to himself. Gao Lisher, who was not far away, made a gesture to the young eunuch. After a while, the young eunuch came back with a tray. On the tray was a bowl with something inside. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Drink some beef radish soup and rest early, Gao Lisher said as he placed the bowl in front of Li Longji. Li Longji raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the light above his head. He then glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands were pointing to 11 o'clock. He nodded. It's already midnight. Time really flies. Never mind, help me take a look at this small matter. I think it's better to find 2 more reliable people. Picking up the radish from the bowl, Li Longji stared at it. Radishes in winter are also small ginseng. I heard that Xiao Bao is planting ginseng in Jili State. How is it going? They planted it last year. They said that they will plant it for 5 years. By then, there will be more ginseng in the hospital. They also planted a lot of other herbs. Your Majesty, don't worry. They even planted pearls, not to mention ginseng. Oh, Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that Your Majesty had cornbread yesterday. While Gao Lisher was speaking, he took out a small toy from his sleeve. It was a funnel. He also took out some leaves that came with the cornbread and stuffed them into the funnel. He lit a match and took 2 deep breaths. He seemed to be much more spirited. Li Longji chewed the beef tendon that was deliberately put into the bowl and asked in a muffled voice, "What's the matter with the cornbread?" They said that in a few years' time, they can use corn to feed livestock, especially cows. They want me to help choose a cow with more meat to be specially raised for meat in the future and save on other grains. It's also good for cows. Before the corn matures, they can chop the corn cob and the stalk together. I'm wondering if there should be a special area in every prefecture in Tang to be used to raise cows. Part of it is used for farming, part of it is used for meat, and part of it is used for milk production. Gao Lisher looked at the bowl on the table and replied. Li Longji suddenly understood. Oh. I understand now. I thought that corn was really precious. I didn't expect that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had people bring it back from elsewhere to be used as fodder. I heard from Xiao Bao that the people in that place, regardless of whether they are adults or children, can drink fresh milk every day. Many children in Tang can only drink soy milk. I don't believe that if others can do it, so can I. Gao Lisher nodded vigorously, expressing his support and trust. Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that he was going on a trip. He even left in a hot air balloon. Are there any changes in Xinluo? Li Longji was not sure where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to travel. He was afraid that it would delay the deployment of Xinluo. I've heard the news. Xiaobao ordered his family's business to transport all kinds of good goods to the border between Xinluo and Tang Dynasty, such as the clock hanging on the wall, pearl jewelry, cosmetics, beautiful clothes, and complete sets of glass products. He wants to do a big deal with Xinluo. What kind of deal? In exchange for charcoal, the price is very high. The price of charcoal of the same quality is 1.5 times that of Tang Dynasty. There is also the matter of opening a smelting plant in Xinluo. As Gao Lisher spoke, he wanted to point at the charcoal brazier to signal the emperor, but he suddenly stopped. There was no charcoal brazier here. They used heating, the kind that coiled around the ground. Li Longji also knew what Gao Lisher was thinking just now. He smiled in satisfaction. Technology must be developed. Otherwise, I would still be using candles to roast charcoal. It seems that Xiao Bao has gone to cheat people again. Take some time to ask if there are any new weapons in the weapons research department. Let me be happy, even if it's in the experimental stage. Yes, I'll contact him later. I thought of another thing that might make Your Majesty happy. Cuckoo said in a letter to her family that this year, Xiao Bao spent a lot of money to build a place to cultivate kunbu in Jili province. Xiao Bao called it kelp, which means that if nothing goes wrong this year, there will be a lot of kelp production. When the time comes, I'll let the people in Dengzhou learn to cultivate it. After the kelp is dried, it will be sent to all parts of Tang Dynasty and sold to the people at a low price. It can prevent the big neck disease. The two of them originally planned to extract something from the kunbu and put it in salt so that the people can eat salt. However, due to the lack of technology, they can only postpone it indefinitely. Gao Lisher did not know the extent of the weapons research, so he thought of something else to tell the emperor to make him happy. However, Li Longji did not look happy at all. That's right, we can't keep up with the technology. For Xiao Bao and Huan Huan to be able to think of this, it's probably because their master told them. That means that the technology of the other side has already reached that level. We're still far from it, we have to catch up. At the very least, we have to wait for the other side to have the strength to defend against them in case they attack. Li Longji clenched his fists and ate the food in the bowl as fast as he could. He followed Gao Lisher's instructions to wash up and get ready to sleep. Luzhou, in the forest northwest of the matchwood factory, a group of people was busy. Some were in charge of recording, and some were operating. When everything was ready, a loud noise rang out. The people involved in the experiment smiled. It's done. Send the report to the young master and young miss. The picric acid is successfully developed. The trinitrotoluene is in the process of development. The new cannon is tested. The maximum range is 6 kilometers. The extraction of gasoline and diesel failed. We're working on a new method. The person who spoke was the craftsman who won the first place in the competition in the capital, Zhang Tianyu. After he was selected, he studied with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for a while. He was the first to read Wang Wan's books. After that, he was sent to Luzhou to be in charge of the scientific and technological research. When the people in charge of the research of the new gunpowder heard his words, they subconsciously puffed out their chests. Although they had lost their freedom from the moment they joined the research team, their family standard of living was not comparable to ordinary people. If it were not for Jia Ru's research team, they might still be ordinary craftsmen who spent the rest of their lives in some county. Now, they could at least wander around Luzhou, and they were escorted by many people. The ticking sound of telegrams rang out, all the way to Jili province. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not receive the news for the time being. At this time, Luzhou did not stop working at the sea with the arrival of winter. The number of ships coming in and out every day was still the same. Before Xinyuan Island was fully occupied and explored, the profit-seeking merchants began to move further away. For example, there was a group of small islands beside Xinyuan Island, as well as an island that was not smaller than Xinyuan Island that was connected to Xinyuan Island on the other side. Ordinary merchants would go there to scout for resources and find a way to get them on board. Then, they would bring them back to Luzhou, pay a part of the taxes, and wait to make a fortune. Sun Miao was also the captain of a fleet in Jiangnan. His family was quite well-to-do, and he was a high scholar. Unfortunately, he had failed several imperial examinations in a row. After the new year, he gave up on the idea of continuing to work in the capital and was ready to find another way to develop. When he was on Newgate Island, he participated in the first advance party formed by merchants and made a lot of money. He also met the owner of another merchant and was attracted to the owner's daughter. After a few contacts, they gradually became close. In the end, he secretly married her and made her his co-wife. He had 2 wives and 3 concubines at home, and his son and daughter were running around everywhere. His older son and daughter had already gone to school and were doing well in their studies. Logically speaking, he should be content with what he had. However, his neighbor's 22-year-old son came to the capital this spring to take the imperial examinations and stayed in the capital to become an official. As a result, his neighbor's status was obviously much higher than his own. In May, he renovated his house according to the standards of a 6th-grade official. His father complained more than once in his letter that they were inferior to each other. Sun Miao also felt sullen. When he was a high scholar, his status was higher than his neighbor's. Now that he had no chance, he could only pin his hopes on his son. However, his son was too young. How could he take the imperial examinations at the age of 12? He didn't even have the status of a high scholar. Unless his son suddenly became Zhang Xiaobao and his daughter became Wang Wan, even if everything went well, he would have to wait for 10 years. He couldn't let his neighbor suppress him for 10 years. Who knew if his son would become a third-grade official after 10 years? Sun Miao was very worried about this. Just as he was looking for an opportunity, it suddenly appeared in front of him. There were quite a few tribes on another large island not far from Xinyuan Island. The last time he went there, he saw a leader of a large tribe, or rather, a tribal chief. Anyway, he was just a person. He had diligently learned the language of the Tang Empire and was able to carry out simple conversations. When they were talking about the exchange of goods, the leader mentioned that he wanted to meet the Emperor of Tang. It was not an ordinary worship. Perhaps, the leader could not imagine how majestic the Emperor of Tang was. The speaker had a heart, and the listener had a heart. Sun Miao's heart came to him. Since he could not pass the imperial examinations, he could become an official through other means. No one in his family could be an official, so why couldn't he make a great contribution? With this idea in mind, Sun Miao, who came back, began to contact people. He did not foolishly go to Lu Zhou's provincial governor, nor did he write a letter to the capital. Although he was qualified to send a letter to the capital as a high scholar, he knew it was useless. The emperor could not see it at all. After thinking for 2 days, he found Lu Zhou's trade alliance. First, the alliance was controlled by the Zhang family and the Wang family. If he wanted to let the emperor know, the emperor would definitely know. Second, the Zhang family and the Wang family would not steal his credit. The two families were so famous that they did not care about the merit of a tribe leader on an island. Most importantly, the Zhang family and the Wang family were very amiable. Sun Miao's contact was successful. The person in charge of Lu Zhou's affairs agreed immediately. As long as Sun Miao was confident that he could get the leader of the tribe to the capital and bring a lot of local specialties as tribute, Lu Zhou's people would be responsible for the protection work along the way and contact matters after the arrival. Before winter came, Sun Miao brought the people arranged by Lu Zhou to the island and found the leader of the tribe, Shan Tushar. This name was given by the leader himself. At first, he said that he wanted to follow the emperor's surname, Li. Later, he was dissuaded. If the surname was not passed down by the ancestors, it could not be taken casually. It had to be given by the emperor, especially by people who did not belong to Tang. When Shan Tushar learned that he could meet the emperor of Tang, he was very excited. He asked people to prepare many things that he thought were good and wanted to go with Sun Miao. Chapter 858. The cries gradually faded away. Sun Miao leaned against a tree with lingering fear. He turned his head to look at Shan Tushar, who was also in a sorry state, and asked, "Can you escape?" Because of the long sunlight and the high temperature, Shan Tushar appeared very dark and was much shorter than Sun Miao. He blinked his large eyes and said to Sun Miao, "I don't know. I wasn't prepared." They suddenly attacked. Sun Miao didn't have time to be surprised by Shan Tushar's ability to learn languages. He hesitantly reached into his clothes and asked, "Why were you chased?" They were afraid that in the future, the good things of the Tang Empire will only be exchanged with my territory. If they kill me, it won't happen. At least, that's what they think. Don't worry, the 2 followers you brought will be fine. They are protected by my people. The one they want to kill is me. Shan Tushar looked around and saw that there were a few of his subordinates hiding not far from the 2 of them and keeping watch. Only then did he feel slightly relieved and comforted Sun Miao. Sun Miao also looked around and found that there were too few of Shan Tushar's people. There were less than 100 people altogether. The two tribes had rushed over while howling. There were at least 300 people. 3 against 1. With the same living habits and the same familiarity with the terrain, it was too difficult to win. Shan Tushar saw that the person who could make him pay a visit to the emperor of the Tang Empire didn't say anything and was a little depressed. The gift I planned to give your emperor is gone. This place is still very far from the coast. If there is no other way, I will protect you and then you can find someone to fight back and avenge me. As long as my people are still alive and you are still willing to trade with them, I will be very happy. Don't let the people from the other 2 tribes find you. Sun Miao curled his lips. They are dreaming. Stopping you from coming to the Tang Empire is a provocation to the Tang Empire. I will destroy them. It is less than 10 li from the coast, not far. As he spoke, Sun Miao took out a cylindrical object from his bosom. Shan Tushar really didn't know how strong the Tang Empire was. He had tried hard to imagine that the Tang Emperor's subordinates could be more than his and the surrounding tribes combined. However, he didn't think that he would be able to gain an advantage. Besides, the Tang Empire was so far away that not many people could come. At this moment, seeing the thing that Sun Miao took out, he curiously moved his face closer. This thing can kill people? This thing can find people. Sun Miao took out another box of matches and looked up at the sky, searching for a place where the leaves were sparse. Who are you? Naturally, it's to protect the lives of the great Tang's merchants. Didn't I pay such a high tax precisely for this day? Just as he finished speaking, Sun Miao struck the match in his hand and dug the bottom of the cylindrical object into the ground. He carefully ignited the twists on the top and pulled up the rocks to hide behind him. His heart was beating like a drum. Although the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce had indicated on the map that there were rescuers on the new island, they did not provide the exact number of rescuers, nor did they mention the equipment of these rescuers. If the signal was sent out and the rescuers were still foolishly armed with ordinary knives and arrows, not only would they not be able to escape, but they would also bring harm to Luzhou's elite hurricane battalion. I hope they are armed with pistols. While Sun Miao was lost in his thoughts, the signal fireworks exploded in the sky with a loud bang. The loud noise startled Shan Tushar and his men. They lay on the ground and did not dare to move. After a while, Shan Tushar raised his head and asked in surprise, "Are there any more powerful weapons? I'm sure they won't be weak." Sun Miao shook his head and stood up, looking around vigilantly. The noise just now was not small, and the fireworks were high enough. He was afraid that the people from the 2 tribes would discover their location and rush over. Yeah, I don't think so. Things that can make such a loud noise are very rare. Shan Tushar helped Sun Miao to figure out the problem. After a few breaths of regret, he also remembered what Sun Miao was worried about just now. He shouted a few words to his men that Sun Miao did not understand. The surrounding people who were protecting them gathered around and bent their backs, ready to fight at any time. Sure enough, it did not take long before the people from the 2 tribes who were lured away by Sun Miao and his men arrived. After a few of them were shot by Shan Tushar's men with simple bows and arrows, they cried out in pain. Let's go, they are coming. Shan Tushar grabbed Sun Miao's arm and ran in another direction. Sun Miao looked hesitant. He wanted to run, but he was worried that the people from the hurricane camp would not be able to find him. If he did not run, he was afraid that they would find his corpse. Being pulled by Shan Tushar, the team moved towards the seaside. Gradually, more and more howling sounds came from the surroundings. It seemed that the people from the 2 tribes were gathering and surrounding this place. Seeing this situation, Shan Tushar said to Sun Miao in a very loyal manner, "You run, I will take people to stop them. Remember to take revenge for me." Oh no, how come there is another group of people from the Hulu tribe? They have allied with another tribe. As soon as Shantusher finished speaking, Sun Miao saw that the people chasing after him were more energetic than the ones before. Perhaps it was because they were more energetic. The people who were in charge of stopping the people behind him screamed from time to time. Sun Miao saw with his own eyes that a person who was less than 5 feet away from him was shot in the neck by a wooden arrow. The person who did not die immediately covered the place where he was shot with both hands and made a sound in his throat. With a swoosh, an arrow flew past Sun Miao's face. He could feel the wind as the arrow flew past him and pierced into Shantusher's thigh. Run! Take revenge for me. The injured Shantusher seemed to know that he was going to die, so he could not keep running. He stared at Sun Miao and shouted. The screams of countless people were still echoing in Sun Miao's ears. Sun Miao trembled from head to toe. He did not know whether it was because of fear or excitement. He looked around blankly. Suddenly, he realized that everything around him had slowed down. He did not know where he got the strength, but he lowered his body, picked up Shantusher, and started running. As he ran, he cut his calf on the stubble of a plant. A cut immediately appeared on his skin, but he did not feel any pain. He only felt a chill and an itch there. The people in charge of protecting him finally made contact with the enemies. All kinds of shouts entered Sun Miao's ears. He had no time to distinguish which side was making the shouts. Shantusher, who was being carried by Sun Miao, saw the people of the Hulu tribe gradually approaching from behind. A look of despair appeared on his face. The person closest to him was less than 5 steps away. He had already raised the big stick in his hand and was about to smash Sun Miao in the next moment. Thud! A sound suddenly rang out from nowhere. Shantusher could only watch as a hole suddenly appeared in the head of the person chasing after him. His head was tilted back, but his body was still moving forward. With a thump, he landed right in front of Shantusher. The club in his hand flew out diagonally, and he could no longer hit his own head. Shantusher had no idea what was going on. While he was still in a daze, he found himself being thrown to the ground by Aeon. The pain made him shiver. He turned his head to look at Aeon. Just as he was about to ask if Aeon had run out of strength, he heard the same noise he had heard earlier. Thud! Thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. Hearing this sound, Sun Miao chuckled and gasped for breath. He lay there and looked up at the sky. Oh my God, they're finally here. Tusher, we can live. Who's here? Shantusher sat up and found a strange scene in front of him. The people of the Hulu tribe were falling one after another. He did not know who killed them, and he did not know what weapon was so powerful. However, he could guess that it had something to do with Sun Miao. Sun Miao sat up as well. He squeezed the wound on his calf with his hand and snorted. Naturally, it's the Great Tang's Hurricane Battalion. How dare they attack the people of Great Tang? Let's see how many people they have to kill. Hurricane Battalion. Where else? Wherever the sound comes from. I didn't pay my taxes in vain. As long as it's a place marked on Lu Zhou's map and is protected by military forces, rescue will arrive in half an hour at most. Sun Miao, who knew he was safe, said with satisfaction. At the same time, he felt a sense of fatigue. Shantusher looked left and right, searching according to the sounds. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, I see it. I see it. On the trees, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 people. 4. Sun Miao only has 4 people. Sun Miao was taken aback. He looked up and found that there were 4 people shooting on 4 trees. The little hope that had just risen in his heart was extinguished again. How many bullets could 4 people carry? There were at least 500 people in the 3 tribes. What should he do when he ran out of bullets? Before he could figure it out, the howling around him gradually faded away. Judging from the sounds, it seemed that they were retreating. After waiting for a while, he heard no more sounds. Sun Miao struggled to his feet, cupped his fist at the 4 people who had just climbed down from the trees, and said, "Thank you. I'm Sun Miao, the independent merchant of Lu Zhou's ocean. I'll reward you handsomely when I get back. Gentlemen, what should we do now?" 2nd Battalion, 3rd Platoon, 1st Squad, 2nd Squad, 2nd Squad, retreat with us to the seaside. A man with a big bag on his back stepped forward and saluted Sun Miao. His voice was short and strong, giving people a sense of security. All right, sorry to trouble you. Tusher, can you still walk? Hurry up, don't be surrounded again. Otherwise, we'll be finished. Sun Miao didn't have much time to exchange pleasantries. He pulled Shan Tusher, and under the protection of 4 people, they tried their best to evacuate towards the seaside. Shan Tusher called out to his frightened subordinates. Those who could still move carried the wounded and followed along. Among the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion, one was leading the way quickly, while the other was guarding the enemies on both sides. Gunshots kept ringing out. Shan Tusher's eyes were fixed on the man beside him, who should be the leader of the 4 people. To be exact, his eyes were fixed on that pipe. Although he didn't know what that pipe was called, he knew that it was a very powerful weapon. He was very envious. If each person in his tribe had one, then it seemed that the Emperor of Tang was indeed awe-inspiring. As the enemies in front and on both sides died one after another, the people of the 3 tribes began to give up on the 3 sides and gathered behind Sun Miao, trying to find a suitable opportunity to kill these people. When they passed by a small hill, the leader of the Hurricane Battalion took down the bag on his back, put it on the ground, and began to move it, making beep 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 sounds. Shan Tusher was anxious and confused. He didn't understand why they didn't leave at the crucial moment. It was also the first time Sun Miao saw this strange thing. After the beep sound stopped, he asked, "A new weapon?" "No, I'm calling for artillery support." The leader carried the thing again and began to move forward. At this time, on the sea 1 kilometer away from the newly discovered island, 4 ships floating there received the signal at the same time. "Command, everyone get ready. Attack the area between the east and the south of the 434 high ground on the 2nd island." After receiving the signal, the captain of the flagship issued the attack order. The 4 ships immediately adjusted their position. The moment the position was confirmed, along with the command to fire, the rumbling sound also followed. In the team that was still moving in the forest, Shan Tusher and the others didn't understand what was called for artillery support, but Sun Miao understood. His eyes widened as he nervously asked, "Artillery support? Artillery ship? Won't it hit us? If you aim accurately, you won't be able to hit us. Hurry up." The leader of the Hurricane Battalion answered straightforwardly. "Tusher, hurry up and run. Tell your people to follow. That thing doesn't have eyes." Sun Miao didn't have the mood to complain about why they needed to fire artillery. He urged Shan Tusher and walked faster while holding one of his arms. Shan Tusher, who still didn't know what was going on, could only mechanically follow Sun Miao's words. The less than 20 people under him gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Before Shan Tusher could ponder for a long time, a whooshing sound came from the sky. Before he could raise his head to look, he heard a rumbling sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that there were clouds of smoke and flames about 400 steps behind him. The trees flew into the sky, and the soil also danced in the sky. There was also something that looked like a human body flying up. "What is this?" Shan Tusher asked Sun Miao. Sun Miao couldn't hear what he was shouting at, but he guessed from the shape of Shan Tusher's mouth. He put his mouth close to Shantusher's ear and shouted, "This is artillery support. If it falls on us, we will all die." "Ah! Where did it hit?" "I didn't see it." Shantusher also shouted. "On the sea. Hurry up and don't stop. You can't know where it will land." Sun Miao shouted at the top of his voice and then stopped talking. He started to jog with Shantusher. Shantusher's ears were buzzing, but he also stopped talking. He limped along with Sun Miao. His face was pale, and the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Now he had a new understanding of the Tang Empire. He didn't know what artillery support was, but he knew that it could hit here from very far away. And it was so powerful that even the trees were blown into the sky. He really had to see the emperor of the Tang Empire. He was too powerful. How could he have such a weapon? If each of his tribesmen had one, Sun Miao did not know how childish Shantusher's thoughts were. At this moment, his heart was filled with pride. This was his Tang Empire, and they were providing artillery support for a merchant like him. Based on the noise and the flying dust, he could guess that this must be the attack method of Lu Zhou's artillery battalion called saturation attack. The money spent on this artillery attack was probably equivalent to half of his family's wealth. The tax he paid was really insignificant. It was just like the promise Lu Zhou had written in the Chamber of Commerce: "For the safety of the Tang Empire, we will do our best." After about 100 breaths of time, the sound that had been incessant just now suddenly stopped. Shantusher was finally released from some kind of pressure. Gasping for breath, he looked back and could no longer see the figure that had been tailing him. After advancing for about 2 miles, they were closer to the seaside. Then, everyone's ears gradually recovered. Shantusher looked at Sun Miao respectfully. He shouted, "Sun Miao, are you very noble in the Tang Empire? You are only slightly inferior to the emperor of the Tang Empire?" Sun Miao was first startled by Shantusher's habitual shout, then he was frightened by the words that came out of Shantusher's mouth. He looked nervously at the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion. When he saw no reaction from them, he shook his head vigorously. "I'm nothing in the Tang Empire. I dare not be compared with His Majesty." Then, without waiting for Shantusher to ask any more questions, he added, "That bombardment just now could have bought several hundred of the goods I brought over. They saved me only because I'm a Tang citizen." Shantusher clearly couldn't understand why the great Tang would spend so much money on a single person. He was well aware that the goods Sun Miao had brought over would require his tribe to work for several years to get their hands on them. How much money would several hundred of them cost? "Sun Miao, is it because there are not many people in the Tang Empire?" This was the only reason Shantusher could think of. "More than all the trees around your tribe put together." Sun Miao shouted. "Is it worth it to spend so much money for you? You won't understand even if I tell you. This is not for me, but for the dignity of all Tang people. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter one of your villages. Oh, I mean one of your tribes. We won't stop until one of us is dead. That's why no one dares to offend the Tang Empire," Sun Miao shouted at Shantusher heroically. Shantusher thought carefully and nodded. "Well, the Tang Empire is really good. You have to work hard for the Tang Empire." "Of course. If the Tang Empire doesn't have money for war, I'm willing to donate all my property." "You'll know how big the Tang Empire is when we meet Lu Zhou," Sun Miao said matter-of-factly. The people of the Hurricane Battalion did not care about what Sun Miao said. The 3 people who had split up earlier went to scout again. After a while, they came back and nodded at the squad leader. The squad leader looked at another mountain in front of him, took the bag to the front again, and pressed the button. "Do they still need artillery support?" Sun Miao asked when the sound stopped. "No, they haven't given up yet. Many people have gathered and surrounded us. Let's go to the mountain in front to block them first. The artillery in the sea can't fire anymore. Otherwise, it will hit us easily. The squad leader put away the bag and answered. Sun Miao looked at the squad leader blankly, then I'm calling for air support. The squad leader still had the same calm expression. Sun Miao nodded and said nothing. He knew that for him, the Tang Empire had basically taken out all the advanced weapons. Shan Tushar had no time to wonder why the beeping sound could mobilize the weapons from so far away. He turned his head and asked Sun Miao, what kind of support is air support? It's people flying over from the sky. You'll know when the time comes. Hurry, go to the mountain and hold on until they arrive. Sun Miao looked around vigilantly but did not see anyone. However, he believed that the people of the Hurricane Battalion would not lie to him. They ran to the small mountain. The 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion were looking back and forth with binoculars. When they saw Sun Miao's blank look, they handed the binoculars to him. Here, take a look. Don't break it. I know. Oh, they're really surrounding us. How did they find us? Sun Miao took the binoculars and saw many people at the foot of the mountain. Let me see. Shan Tushar grabbed the binoculars and imitated Sun Miao's look. When he saw it, he was surprised again. This thing was very magical. It could actually make the distant scenery closer. At the same time, he also saw people from other tribes who were not willing to give up. Seeing those people gradually approaching, when the 4 people of the Hurricane Battalion aimed at them and were ready to shoot at a certain distance, those people suddenly stopped. They seemed to be afraid, but also seemed to be waiting. If they did not come, the people of the Hurricane Battalion would not easily waste their bullets. The 2 sides confronted each other at the top and the foot of the mountain. Squad leader, are they waiting for their people to come up from other places and then rush in? Sun Miao thought of a possibility. The people in front were responsible for attracting the attention while the people in other places were responsible for sneak attacks. The squad leader answered, almost, but they still have to wait. Time passed slowly while waiting. When Shan Tushar and the others felt more and more pressure, one of his men pointed to the sky and shouted before the enemy could see the sneak attack. Shan Tushar followed his subordinate's gaze and saw a flock of large birds in the sky. When he got closer, he saw that they weren't large birds. Instead, there were 2 people with a large pair of wings flying in the sky. Chapter 859. If it wasn't for the pain in his leg, Shan Tushar would have thought that he was dreaming. Before he met the Tang people, he thought that he was the leader of a tribe and should be a knowledgeable person. Anything that the people in the tribe found should be sent to him first. But after he met Sun Miao, he realized that he was the toad in the well that Sun Miao was talking about. He was very pitiful. If it wasn't for the danger today, he believed that Sun Miao would never light up that life-saving thing. He also wouldn't know that there were many things that he had never heard of before. Sun Miao, how do you fly up? Shan Tushar touched Sun Miao and asked in a low voice. Jump down from the mast or the lookout tower. 2 people use gliders. One person is in charge of adjusting the direction while the other is in charge of attacking. You need to have experience. Sun Miao explained. He was about to say that it required wind, but he was afraid that he would reveal the secret, so he quickly changed his words. He knew that gliders were very important on the sea. The wind was strong on the sea. When attacking in the air, the enemy's ships were like decorations. Not to mention the ability to fight back, they couldn't even find the ability to defend. Shan Tushar didn't understand, so he just listened to Sun Miao. He had seen mast and lookout towers before. They were the places where the sails of ships were raised and the place where one could observe from a high place. He looked at the trees on the mountain and asked with longing, "Can I learn?" "I don't care. I'm only in charge of doing business. I don't dare to interfere in fighting." Sun Miao knew that Shan Tushar thought too highly of him. In fact, his status was very low. He was only a Juren. At this time, the reinforcements from the air had already begun to hover in the sky with their gliders. There were not many of them. A total of 80 gliders were sent out from the 4 ships that were docked at sea. The person in charge of attacking was equipped with a rifle that could fire continuously and a few grenades. After circling in the sky twice to determine which side needed protection and which side needed to be attacked, they immediately launched the attack. 20 gliders landed and cooperated with the 4 people from the Hurricane Battalion to snipe on the ground. The rest of the gliders looked for their own targets. The sounds of gunshots rang out in the forest. The people from the 3 tribes were unwilling to give up. They no longer planned to continue hunting Shan Tushar and the others. Looking at the people flying in the sky, some threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground, while others ran away. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The aerial troops were not in the mood to chase after the escapees. Firstly, they were not agile in changing directions, and secondly, they were blocked by trees, making it difficult to aim. They had to control the angle of the wind. If they flew too slowly, they would fall easily, but if they flew too quickly, they would not be able to find their target. Under the fear of the gods, the people who surrendered were quickly gathered and guarded. Sun Miao tried his best to suppress the urge to kill them personally. He said to Shan Tushar, "Tushar, should we kill them or not?" "No, leave it to me. Many of my subordinates have died, and I was worried that no one would work for me." Shan Tushar's eyes lit up. He estimated that there were more than 200 people who had surrendered. They could do all the dirty work for him. Sun Miao also planned to do the same. He asked the question for the Hurricane camp, lest they would waste bullets and Shan Tushar's force would not be able to grow. The people of the Hurricane camp were indeed waiting for Sun Miao's response. They had a rule that when the merchants contacted the locals overseas, they were only responsible for providing military support and not making decisions. They had to listen to the merchants, protect the merchants, and help the merchants achieve their goals. This was because merchants were more treacherous, and they could gain the most benefits with the support of military force. The squad leader nodded and said, "Sun Dongjia, we'll do as you say. Should we continue to attack?" "Attack! Attack! Attack with all your might. The 3 tribes are going to be wiped out. Capture the people and exchange them for resources with Brother Tushar. I've made up my mind. When I return to Luzhou, I'll pay 10% more taxes in the future." Sun Miao gritted his teeth and said. He was almost killed, and when he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. He could not let go of the 3 tribes. Otherwise, more tribes would come to provoke them in the future. The squad leader did not comment. He did not care about the taxes. Instead, he made a hand gesture. The aerial troops that had not landed yet flew toward the 3 tribes, looking for their hideouts and providing coordinates for the ground troops. Compared to the glider wings that flew fast with the help of the sea breeze, the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and the others could not be faster. Even if he was given 160 days to fly around the Earth, let alone 80 days to circle the Earth. The wind direction was too much of an obstacle. When they flew from Jian into Feng province in winter, they were facing the northwest wind. Fortunately, the pod was sealed well, and they had brought enough food and fuel. Otherwise, they would have to fly with the wind to go back. After flying up and down for more than a month, flying over mountains and rivers, they finally saw a grassland. It was a vast expanse of white. They didn't see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were in the desert due to soil erosion, nor did they see any greenery. 88 hot air balloons slowly descended. Xiaobei and the other children, who were tired of flying, cheered and ran out. They kicked the snow with their feet, trying to see the covered grass below. Some people arranged to set up camp, and some people formed teams to patrol the surroundings. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shivered from the cold wind that blew in their faces. They ran to the back of the pod to hide, and at the same time, they discussed how to incorporate the Turks into their forces. It seems that the Turks won't have an easy time this winter. It's really cold. When night comes, the people outside will probably be frozen into popsicles. Zhang Xiaobao sighed into his hands, looked up at the gloomy sky, and said, "You don't need to say that. They insist on running north. This year, it might not be -40 degrees, maybe even 50 degrees. I want to know where they are now. When the time comes, I want to control their leader, tell them how good the great Tang is, and bring them back to live a happy life." Wang Wan had already thought of a way to deal with this. She couldn't rely on the addition of 50 children to form an army of 400 people to directly defeat hundreds of thousands of Turks. Zhang Xiaobao took out a small wine flask, took a sip, and handed it to Wang Wan. As he walked away, he said, "Let's go and look around. Let's see if we can find some frozen snakes to cook porridge. Don't they say that there are many wolves on the steppe? If we can find a group, we can even eat some fresh meat." Wang Wan also drank a mouthful of wine, and her stomach felt better. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "When the wolves see so many of us, they've already run away in fear. Why would they wait for you to eat? Tell me, if you were the leader of the Turks, what would you do?" "Me?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his nose and said, "If it were me, I would lead the Turks to the west. I wouldn't run north. That would be fatal. With so many people under my command, I can probably fight all the way to the Mediterranean. I would make weapons along the way. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you where you've run to now that you've already gone north. You can't always stay in a place where people freeze to death, right?" "Oh, you're talking about now. I don't want to be the leader of the Turks right now. I just want to know where we are. Where do you think we are? Have we reached Hohhot? How do we find the vast desert? I'm a bit regretful. I've decided to run to Hainan in the future. I won't be punished like this." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face. In just a short while, the wind had made it seem like his face was about to split open. There was clearly a layer of frost on his eyelashes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't cold. Wang Wan was also worried. Without a map of this place, she had thought that she would be able to meet people and ask them. In the end, after flying for 2 days, she hadn't even seen a single living thing. The snow where they had landed was not thick, just reaching their ankles. If they were to go somewhere else, there would be snow more than a meter deep. If they were to throw Xiaobei in, his head wouldn't even be able to stick out. Pinching her forehead, Wang Wan helplessly said, "Let's just continue flying. We should have enough fuel after another half a month. If it really doesn't work, we'll just treat it as bringing Xiaobei out for a vacation. That's the only thing we can do." Secret Service Officer K is really unreasonable. He was respectful to the Great Tang before, but when he saw that the Great Tang had advanced weapons, he didn't immediately take the initiative to join them. Instead, he took them and ran away, hindering the integration of the people. Zhang Xiaobao also couldn't think of a good idea. If it were summer, it would have been fine to ride a horse. Now, he could only complain about Secret Service Officer Quebec. Wang Wan looked at Xiaobei and the others who were still working hard to dig for grass and said, "In the past, Secret Service Officer K was honest because the internal situation was not stable. Then, there was trade, and he obtained many benefits. He was prepared to become stronger one day. It was written in the book that he didn't get that opportunity. Our current plan is to directly swallow up the hundreds of thousands of people in the Turkic Khaganate and divide them through immigration. As Prince Xian of the left, who doesn't have soldiers under his command, how could he be willing? For ambitious people, the right to speak is the most important. We'll stay for the night and fly tomorrow morning. I don't believe that we won't be able to find traces of hundreds of thousands of people. Night came quickly. The tents were set up in a circle, and fuel was used to make a bonfire. The people sent out today were lucky enough to hunt a wolf in a pack. They skinned and deboned it with snow water and boiled it into soup for the more than 400 people. Although it was called a pack of wolves, there were actually only 12 wolves. They were all skin and bones from hunger. It was very pitiful. When the whistling cold wind blew, light snow floated down from the ink-black sky. The mercury thermometer couldn't measure the specific temperature, but the cold feeling in the tents was very clear. It was as if they were standing outside Jili province in winter. It's really cold. In the future, don't move here. Xiao Bei, who was covered in a blanket, tried to move closer to the brazier. He held the bowl of soup in his hands and muttered. The other 8 little guys also squeezed together. It was much warmer in the pod than here. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and touched the canvas of the tent. He said with schadenfreude, I hope that the Turkic people also have light snow. I don't believe that they are as well prepared as we are. They are not fools. The felt made of fur can withstand the wind better than our tent. Okay, hurry up and drink the soup. It's time to tell the story. Chapter 860. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Xiaobei and the other 9 children in the story, tents covered by snow were arranged in various formations, and the frozen cows and sheep were piled up like hills. The green smoke from the burning cow dung drifted out as the tent flap opened and closed, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the night. Surrounded by several tents, the sound of music could be heard faintly from the largest and most luxurious tent in the middle. There was a small opening in the curtain of the tent, but there wasn't the slightest bit of cold inside. More than a dozen women wearing very little clothing were doing their best to sway their waists to the sound of music. A pot filled with milk wine was placed over the fire. The wine inside was bubbling and bubbling non-stop. The 2 people sitting close to each other on the wide felt blanket didn't even smile at this time. Maybe the women didn't dance well, or maybe the bonfire couldn't make people enthusiastic in the cold weather. One of the 2 waved his hand, go down, all of you go down. The women who were still dancing suddenly stopped and saluted almost at the same time. They turned around and left with the smallest steps, afraid that they would disturb the 2 people if they were too loud. It's cold again. The man who waved his hand waited for all the women in the tent to leave. He stared at the swaying flame of Weiwei and said 3 words that seemed to have no meaning. Many cows, sheep, and horses also froze to death. If the snow continues to fall until tomorrow morning, it is estimated that many people will die. It will be cold when the snow is light, and it will be heavy when the snow is heavy. It will be colder in 2 days, and it will be hard to walk on the road. The man next to him seemed to understand the meaning of the previous speaker. His face, which was caressed by the cold wind, showed a deep helplessness. The man who spoke earlier lowered his head. After a while, the firewood in the bonfire suddenly made a crackling sound. He raised his head again and looked in front of him, which was facing the south. He said, the north of the Tang dynasty must have a lot of snow, and the north of Hebei province and Jili province may be covered in thick ice. So what? The closest place to us was Feng province. If it had been more than 10 years ago, perhaps a snowfall could have killed many people and livestock, and cut off the connection with the outside world. But now, we didn't expect too much trouble to happen to them. Disaster relief in the Tang Empire had always been carried out by the army first. The army in Feng province was nominally under the control of the local government, but in reality, it was clear who had the final say. The ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family to provide goods, they called it logistics, did not need to be tested. The year before last, I remember that there was also a heavy snowfall. Almost all of it fell on Fengzhou. What was the result? After half a month, the supermarkets in Fengzhou city not only had enough food, but also fresh cucumbers and watermelons. This is a provocation to longevity heaven. Normally, when the road is clear, it would take at least a month for supplies to be delivered, but now that the road is sealed off by snow, it takes at least half a month for the goods to be delivered. In truth, I understand. They are telling us that no matter when, as long as the Great Tang moves against the Turks, they have the ability to deliver supplies with unimaginable speed. Just like the logistics camp in Yingzhou, before the soldiers have even moved, the provisions have already arrived. The person who said this was very unwilling to admit the speed of the Zhang family and the Wang family's logistics, but he had to admit it. There was admiration in his voice, but more than that, there was helplessness. The person who spoke first pursed his lips and sighed again. Yes, the logistics camp in Yingzhou is the first to provide supplies. As long as they are still there, no one dares to take advantage of them and deliver supplies in half a month. Damn it, who would have thought that they used dogs? If dogs can carry goods, they can also carry people. If they find our location now and transport 10,000 soldiers here, with the speed of dogs on the snow, we can't run away even if we want to, and the cavalry can't even lift their hooves. Since there is no need to expect any losses in Jili province. The Zhang family and the Wang family have long been used to facing all kinds of difficulties. According to the saying passed down, they are kites that fly in adversity and become stronger when they meet strong opponents. Secret Service K, if there is no other way, let's go back and apologize. Li Longji won't kill people. The person called Secret Service K couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes and sighed again. Ah. Mo Shilian, are you afraid? Go back. Will there be any Turkic people if we go back? It's not like you don't know what that damn child Zhang Xiaobao is planning to do. He'll have Li Longji separate us Turks and place us in the various provinces of the Great Tang. Tubo is already doing that. Moji did not answer immediately. He scooped a bowl of wine from the pot, smelled the familiar smell, raised his head and drank it all. He burped and cut a piece of slightly burnt mutton from the rack of another bonfire with a knife. He put it in his mouth and smacked it twice, feeling that it did not taste good. He then said, "You're right. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will be free in the north of Hebei province and run here with their soldiers. At that time, it won't be a question of whether we go back or not, but how many lives we have to pay to go back. I don't think they will be afraid of seeing blood when they kill people, so they won't do it. There's no salt in the meat, and we're also out of tea. In a few more days, we'll probably run out of wine and things to burn the fire. Do you dare to plunder like before? They're probably waiting for us. You haven't seen the power of the cannons, but I saw it with my own eyes." After the thunderous boom, the ground was littered with broken limbs. The people flying in the sky casually threw a torch at the provisions. Should we save them or not? Our generals can't run all over the place and continue to give orders while avoiding aerial attacks, right? Mo Shilian had just finished speaking when footsteps came from outside the tent, followed by a report. Reporting, in the various circles of the headquarters, another 623 sheep have been frozen to death. I know, Mo Shilian replied and then turned to Secret Service Quebec. Secret Service K aged a lot in an instant, and turbid tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He pursed his lips for a while and let out a sobbing sound. He nodded twice and said, "When dawn comes, summon the leaders of the various tribes to discuss the matter of returning. At that time, I'll stay and live in the world of longevity and die in the world of longevity." "No, if you stay, Lilongji will definitely be angry and think that you're competing with him. At that time, he'll kill the Turks." He hurriedly persuaded. He didn't want to see Secret Service K die like this. "Then I'll live a few more days and go see Lilongji and the capital of the Tang Empire. Maybe I'll have a chance to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Secret Service K followed Mo Shilian's words and said. The heavy snow in winter wasn't specially for the Turks and the Tang Empire. Even Xinlua and Neon felt the cold. Lilongji didn't know how Neon lived, but he knew a little about Xinlua. While soaking in the hot spring and experiencing this comfort, there was no trace of happiness on his face. The letter in his hand was wet, but he still read it over and over again. Then, he said angrily to Gao Lisher, who had just finished lighting the incense. "How did you teach your son? We prepared a pool for them and wanted them to come and soak in it. But they didn't stay in Jilin province in the middle of winter and insisted on going to find the Turks. The journey is long and dangerous. If something happens, we will only ask you." Yes, this subject knows his mistake. Your Majesty is right. This subject didn't teach them well. This subject will send people to look for them. Gao Lisher nodded repeatedly. Send people to look for them. What a joke, it would be strange if we could find them. When they come back, we won't let them off easily. At that time, it'll be useless no matter who comes to plead. We will punish them by not allowing them to leave the capital for a month and have to cook for us every day. Yes, for a month, we will see if they dare to soak in the hot spring every day. Lilongji said angrily. Gao Lisher continued to nod. Yes, we have to punish them. They won't dare. This subject reckons that they won't dare, especially soaking in the hot spring. It's good that they won't dare. We heard that the people of Xinlua are doing well this year. Is there any new news? Tell us. Lilongji's face was back and he no longer bothered with this question. He believed that the two of them would be able to return safely, so he asked about Xinlua again. Yes, this subject will tell your Majesty that the people of Xinlua are doing well. The price of grain has dropped again and again. Now, 1 bushel of rice only costs 4 copper coins, and cloth is less than 1 copper coin. In addition, the snow is heavy in winter, so the people there use good charcoal for their homes. It's almost free. It's even better than our great Tang. Gao Lisher explained the situation to the emperor with a smile. A smile also appeared on Lilongji's face. He knew that the reason the grain was cheap was not because the great Tang had lowered the price. The rice in the great Tang was still 5 copper coins per bushel. It was because the local farmers couldn't sell the grain and had no choice but to lower the price. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the money to buy other necessities. As for the charcoal, it was naturally burned by the trees of Xinlua. The people in charge of this matter used a large number of luxury goods to bribe the local officials of Xinlua, allowing them to cut down trees with all their might. At the same time, they recruited local laborers. A portion of the charcoal was transported back to the Great Tang, and a portion was directly given to the workers in Xinlua as wages. There were many of them, so even if the workers sold them very cheaply, they would still make a lot of money. If Xinlua didn't stop it, what awaited them was the destruction of the country. If it weren't for the people from the Zhang family and Wang family telling me, I really wouldn't have known that trees were so important to a country. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let people work so hard to open up the wasteland. It's actually related to mudslides, floods, and droughts. The source of the Yangtze River and Yellow River, as well as the various tributaries, have to be planted. I wonder what will happen to Shinlua in the end. Your Majesty, this subject reckons that there will be endless disasters. At that time, we can't wait to force them to fight. We need to first get their people to the Great Tang through various excuses. Xiao Bao should have arrangements for this. Chapter 861. Sitting on the third floor of Changfeng Pavilion, Li Dong was in a very good mood. Smelling the wine in the cup, there was an indescribable satisfaction. He had made a lot of money, and what he earned was the banknotes of the Tang dynasty. With the banknotes of the Tang dynasty, he could buy many good things in the Tang dynasty that the merchants of the Tang dynasty would not sell. County Magistrate Mu, the people in the county have been doing well this year, right? Li Dong took a sip of the wine in his cup. Through the open window, he looked at the light snow that was still drifting down from the sky and said, "Don't worry." The county magistrate Mu, who was sitting opposite him, was a man in his 40s. Hearing his voice, the cold wind blew in from the window and brushed his cheeks. He showed 2 yellow teeth and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not only not bad. The higher-ups have proposed to promote me, but I rejected it. No matter how good it is elsewhere, it is not as good as a place close to the border. This year, there was a heavy snow, and not a single house in the county collapsed. Speaking of the Tang dynasty, the tools sold to Shinlua, as long as they are made of iron, the steel mouth is extraordinary, especially the long saws used to cut trees. With a few swishes, a thick tree will be cut in the blink of an eye. With wood, every house will be renovated. It is good." As County Magistrate Mu spoke, he seemed to think of something good. He smiled and his eyes narrowed. He also held a cup of wine and shook his head slightly. Li Dong also smiled. His hand that was not holding the cup picked up a fresh cucumber from the table and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. This is technology. Like cucumbers, the Tang dynasty has been able to plant them in winter. Shinlua just started to learn it today. It is not like the past. At that time, the Tang dynasty was very strict. But now, almost all the places slightly north of the Tang dynasty are planted. It is impossible to keep it a secret. The only thing that makes people sullen is that it is easy to learn how to plant cucumbers in winter, but there is no chance to steal the method of making steel. I heard that someone came to you last month to discuss building a smelting workshop in this county. You have to send someone to take a look. If they can learn it, it will be a great merit. Speaking of technology, Li Dong once again felt the benefits of the Tang dynasty's banknotes. Ever since the Great Tang banknote had been introduced, one had to use the money of the Great Tang in order to buy good things in the Great Tang. The copper coins of the past had become useless. Medicinal herbs, high-quality clothes, exquisite glass products, and exquisite pottery had to be bought with the money of the Great Tang. There was clearly an exchange ratio between the Great Tang's money and the Axian Luo's money, but the Great Tang did not allow them to exchange for the Great Tang's money. They could only sell the goods to obtain the Great Tang's money. The problem was that Shinlua could only sell a few metals other than charcoal, and the Great Tang was doing its best to lower the price. Coupled with the 20% tariff, it was not easy to earn some money from the Great Tang. It was only because he was more familiar with the people of the Great Tang that he knew what the Great Tang liked, and thus he was the first to find a business opportunity and make a profit. It was not so easy for other merchants. Perhaps it was because they had a telepathic connection. County Magistrate Mu also thought of this matter. He looked at the watermelon on the table, licked his lips and said, "Boss Li, cucumbers are good, but watermelons have to be bought from the Great Tang. I heard from the people of Changfeng Pavilion that this winter, they spent a lot of money just to buy watermelons from the Great Tang. We have to think of a way to get glass, preferably the manufacturing technology of glass." Boss Li, what do you think about finding more merchants and working together to gather money to bribe the officials in charge of manufacturing glass in the Great Tang? I don't believe that there is nothing that money can't buy. Li Dong fell into deep thought for a moment. Without waiting for him to speak, County Magistrate Mu continued, the Great Tang is indeed good to our Xinluo. They sell food at a cheaper price than the local Great Tang. This is the etiquette of the Great Tang. There is also cloth and silk. But why don't they use the Great Tang's money to buy charcoal? Li Dong and Wei Wei nodded. It was as County Magistrate Mu said. The merchants of the Great Tang came to cooperate with the Great Tang to use the land, cut down trees and burn charcoal, but they did not give the Great Tang money. They only gave a large amount of charcoal to the people who worked. Ordinary people, even merchants who did not do much business, had never seen the Great Tang's banknotes, let alone use them. Boss Li, do you think we can buy the manufacturing technology of glass if we gather 1 million strings of cash? Once we get it, then. County Magistrate Mu said to Li Dong as he recalled the scene of him lying on the glass mountain. Before he could finish, Li Dong laughed, haha, County Magistrate Mu, wake up. Stop dreaming. Glass, do you know where glass comes from? Luzhou, which is very far away from the Great Tang's capital. They would rather send glass to various places in the Great Tang from afar and bear the losses caused by the instability of the ships and vehicles on the road than set up a few more places in the Great Tang to make glass. Isn't it all to keep it a secret? If you go there with 1 million strings of cash, you will be caught as soon as you take it out. If it is someone else's business, maybe you can put pressure through the officials of the Great Tang, such as the Ministry of Works, to get the secret. But who dares to go to the Zhang family and Wang family's business? Even if you are not a spy, you will be interrogated as a spy. Besides, the current head of the Ministry of Works is Zhang Zhong, the head of the Zhang family. Then what should we do? County Magistrate Mu's hot water cooled down and asked in frustration. Endure and pretend. Look at Japan, they know how to endure and pretend. They are obviously farther away from the Great Tang than we are from Xinluo, but they can pretend to be subservient and deliberately curry favor with the Great Tang. Isn't it to make the Great Tang lower its guard and think that they are not a threat and easy to cheat of the technology? Li Dong also considered this problem. If he wanted to get good technology, he could only wait for the Great Tang to give him. He couldn't show any ambition. County Magistrate Mu exhaled hot air through his nose, gritted his teeth, and said, I understand. When spring comes next year, several factories of the Great Tang will be built in this county. I will choose clever people to work there. See more, listen more, think more, and ask less. Let the Great Tang people think that we are stupid and let their guard down. Well, that's good. Eat. In the future, go to between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand to eat more. There are many merchants of the Great Tang there. Maybe you can get some useful information. After saying that, Li Dong no longer mentioned this matter and lowered his head to eat and drink. Just as the two of them had said, the houses of the people of Xinluo were well built. Countless firewood had been cut down. When the weather was cold, they didn't have to worry about freezing. However, when the farmers lived in good houses, they were not in a good mood. This year's grain was sold, and the money they earned was less than half of last year's. If not for the Great Tang people coming to recruit workers, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive the new year. When the work was done, would all the farmers starve to death except for those whose land was requisitioned? Under the support of such thoughts, the farmers felt that this winter was even colder. It was cold from the inside out. They didn't know what would happen next year. A few days passed quietly. When some people were happy and some were sad, Zhang Tai brought a person to find Li Dong and set up a banquet at the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. In order to let Li Dong eat well, he deliberately made a double pot. One side was clear soup, and the other side was spicy. Some of the few chilies were taken out. Of course, they were all chilies without seeds. The seeds had to be planted. At the sight of the red stuff, Li Dong was amazed. He had eaten the double pot before. It was made from a kind of material on the mountain. After more than 10 processes, it could be made spicy enough. However, he had not seen red ones. This is. Li Dong raised his chopsticks and wanted to taste it. However, he didn't have the courage to do so. Therefore, he asked Zhang Tai with a dubious look. Zhang Tai answered Li Dong with practical actions. He picked up a thin roll of mutton and lightly dipped it in the spicy pot. After a few seconds, he dipped it in the seasoning on the plate and put it into his mouth and started to chew it. Ah! Nice, Mr. Li, try it. This is a new dish made by the Sinongsi Temple of Tang Dynasty. It's very delicious. However, it's rare like ginseng. It's really rare. Zhang Tai looked sincere as if it was really made by the Sinongsi Temple. Seeing someone testing the poison and finding that it tasted good, Li Dong also picked up a roll of mutton and dipped it in the pot. After that, he directly stuffed it into his mouth without dipping it in the seasoning. Hiss-hoo. Cough, cough, cough. It's so spicy. Li Dong had never eaten chili before. The moment he swallowed it, he accidentally choked on it and burst into tears. Although he complained, his hands didn't stop moving. He used his chopsticks to pick up 3 rolls of mutton and dip them in the pot. He couldn't wait to eat it. While slurping the mutton, he treated it as an enemy and bit it as hard as he could. Is it okay? Zhang Tai asked with concern. Yes, yes, it's indeed more delicious than ginseng. Do you have any seeds? Li Dong was conquered by the chili. The more spicy it was, the more he wanted to eat it. He couldn't wait to pour the soup into his mouth. No. Zhang Tai answered straightforwardly. Seeing Li Dong's regretful look, he hurriedly changed the topic and introduced the person he had brought here. Boss Li, this is Huainan Cloth Company's boss Song. He specializes in the cloth business, and his family is rich. His goods are sold all the way to Huainan, and there are even people who travel thousands of miles to buy them. His reputation is spread far and wide, and even a 3-year-old child knows that he is a great philanthropist. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. So it's the great Mr. Song. Li Dong had to stop eating and show proper etiquette. Mr. Song, who was introduced by Zhang Tai, was a bit fat. He had a round face and always wore a smile. It seemed that he would smile even if he didn't smile. Like the Maitreya Buddha, he had a benevolent look. Before he spoke, the flesh on his face first moved, followed by his voice. Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Seeing you today, I know that your reputation is not as good as your reputation. You flatter me, you flatter me. I wonder if Mr. Song is here. Li Dong was not that naive to judge the truth from others' appearance. Chapter 862. Really? Li Dong understood. It was actually someone from the Huainan Publishing Company who was sending benefits to him. He must be related to Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been introduced here. Of course I won't lie to you, Boss Li. However, there are so many fields in Xinluo. Some people are even unwilling to let go of them. If a field is used for Baidizi and there are suddenly several rice paddies in the middle, wouldn't all the water be drained into Baidizi's fields? Song Dongjia still had that simple and honest appearance, but there was even more worry between his eyebrows. He lowered his head and looked at the wine cup. When he raised his head again, he asked Li Dong with a look of seeking advice. I've often heard that Dongjia Li has quite a lot of methods. I wonder if you can help think of a foolproof plan. When Li Dong heard that Song Dongjia would give him 3 times the normal salary, he had already wanted to agree. However, when he heard Song Dongjia's hesitation, he started to think. Song Dongjia, I'll definitely spare no effort to help you, but, sigh. Song Dongjia, you can ask Steward Zhang. Xinluo doesn't have the final say. I can't help you if you're too far away. As for Nihe County, I can help you build a bridge. However, the county magistrate's surname is Mu. He's a greedy person. You can contact County Magistrate Mu. Brotherly, I have to thank you. Brotherly, don't call me Song Dongjia. Just call me Song Qian. Thank you for your help. Oh, please wait a moment. Song Dongjia's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. His gaze flickered as if he had seen a large pearl. His voice paused and he hurriedly ran to the door. He gave a few instructions to the people outside and then sat back down. After a short while, someone knocked on the door and entered, handing Song Qian a box. Brotherly, take a look. Song Qian pushed the box in front of Li Dong and said with a smile. Li Dong was also impatient. He knew that Song Dongjia was going to give him a benefit. However, he didn't know what it was. At the sight of the box, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and lightly push the button with his thumb. With a pop sound, the lid of the box opened. This. Li Dong was shocked by the thing in the box. For a moment, he didn't know what to call it. Judging from the shape, it was clearly a peach. It wasn't small, and it was red and yellow. When the light shone on it, it was dazzlingly beautiful. It looked like agate, but it wasn't agate. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. This is a glass peach. It's very difficult to make and is very precious. Of course, it's nothing to Brotherly. Brotherly is very rich, so it's not worth your attention. It's just a small toy. It's fine as long as it looks good. When it's done, there will be another reward. There was a hint of shyness in Song Qian's sincere smile. It was as if the glass peaches that he had given away were worthless. Zhang Tai watched from the side and agreed with Song Qian's words. Glass peaches were indeed worthless, but the Zhang family and the Wang family did not make many of them. They were not very useful and were only for viewing. They were not even as good as glass windows. Thus, he nodded as well. Li Dong wasn't sure. When he saw the 2 colors in the glass and the shape of the peach, he immediately thought of its use. If someone made a birthday and took it out, it would be a big deal. He estimated that it would be worth at least 1,000 strings of coins. It was not a small sum. He reached out his hand and carefully touched the peach. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he looked at Song Qian again, his gaze was different. Song Qian, a good name. It was a gift. Hee, Brother Song, you must be joking. This item is rare. I think you must have spent a lot of money. I'm ashamed to accept it. Where was I just now? Oh, I remember now. Look at my memory. It's easy to find County Magistrate Mu. Tomorrow, at this time and place, I will definitely invite County Magistrate Mu. Also, there's no need to pay 3 times the price to occupy the land to plant white folded peaches. Listen to my advice. Nowadays, the farmers in Xinluo are having a hard time. Just pay them according to the previous year's harvest and there will be people fighting to do it. As if he was afraid that the other party would not believe him, Li Dong even analyzed, food is cheap now. Even if there's a good harvest every year, the money earned is less than half of what it used to be. If there's a bad year, the farmers will starve to death. Give them a stable job, who would not agree? Am I right? Then, what if someone doesn't agree and doesn't give up the land? Song Qian was still worried. Don't give up. If they don't give up, use force. Not to mention occupying the land, even if their way is in the way, we still have to tear it down. It's useless to seek death. We have to tear it down. After all, Brother Song is thinking for the sake of more people. I think County Magistrate Mu will think the same. Li Dong smiled as he gave the idea. Song Qian and Zhang Tai nodded repeatedly to express their admiration. Song Qian rubbed his hands excitedly and poured wine for Li Dong. He raised the cup, brotherly, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. If this matter is successful, and there won't be any local people causing trouble, we will have to get closer to County Magistrate Mu. Brotherly is family, so I won't be polite. Cheers, tomorrow. Don't forget. Li Dong raised his head and drank up the wine. He then looked at the glass peaches and felt even happier. The three of them left after having a good time. Watching Li Dong leave in the car with the 7 stars step and the 5 elements boxing, Wei Wei shook her head. With such a person in Xinlua, it would be strange if he didn't die. Once he gets benefits, he doesn't care about the lives of the people. He will be much more relaxed. It's good that he dies. Remember that when Mu Tang comes tomorrow, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. We'll talk about it later, Zhang Tai said with a cold smile. Song Qian nodded. Should we give them money to settle down after the houses are torn down? Yes, but don't give it to every family directly. According to the compensation for the demolition of the Tang dynasty, it's already a lot to give 1/5. Hand it to Mu Tang and let him distribute it. Let him distribute it. Won't he be greedy? Let him be greedy. When the time comes, think of a way to tell the real compensation amount to the people who are being demolished and make Xinlua lose the hearts of the people. Also, the land can be used to plant baidizi. Xinlua also has a mountain. There are many medicinal herbs on the mountain. Buy the mountain and let people go up to find the medicinal herbs. After finding the medicinal herbs, we can raise the goats up there. Zhang Tai recalled the arrangement in the little young master's plan and told Song Qian. Song Qian was stunned and asked in confusion, Raise? Raise what? There are still small trees and turf to protect the soil. Hire people to dig them out and let the other party be vigilant. There's no need to worry about hurting goats. Goats are good. They can eat trees and eat the bark below. They can eat grass and dig up roots. When that time comes, Xinlua will be barren except for baidizi. As Zhang Tai spoke, his voice became softer and softer. His heart palpitated. When he thought of Xinlua's future, he couldn't help but shiver. The next day, Li Dong found Mu Tang and came here. County Magistrate Mu, do you still remember what I said to you last night? This is an opportunity to solve the problem of poor food for the farmers. As long as we settle this matter, the farmers in the county will never have to worry about poor food in the future. Your political achievements will be greater. On the way, Li Dong was afraid that Mu Tang would forget what he said last night, so he reminded him again. Mu Tang nodded repeatedly, I remember. Don't worry, I know what to do. Isn't it just helping them give up the land and waiving their 10-year rent? I'm worried that if I waive their rent, the county's income won't be able to support it unless I leave immediately. But you can't bear to part with it. I understand. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your ability is not good enough. You have to learn. When there's a chance for the Tang dynasty to bring in the monopoly game, as long as you can enter the top 100, it will be much easier to deal with this kind of thing. Li Dong said to Mu Tang in a teaching tone. Before Mu Tang could ask, he continued, County Magistrate Mu, in terms of economics, you're not as good as me. Do you admit it? Yes, but it's good that you admit it. How can rent-free counties money? Oh, it's called finance. If they plant by Idyll, whether they make things locally or transport them away, they have to pay for the transportation, right? When the time comes, you can collect taxes from our Shinluo's logistics industry. Is that money? Yes, it's money. I didn't think of it before. Tang nodded. The people help to farm and earn a lot. Do they want to buy things? If they don't have land to grow food, they naturally have to buy food. With a stable income, they naturally have to buy other goods. Where do they buy? Naturally, it's the local shops. The shops naturally pay taxes after making money. If they pay taxes, naturally, the county's finance will have money. It should be more than before. The rent from before is nothing at all. Tang heard Li Dong say naturally and said, sigh. That's right. Otherwise, why do you still have to learn? If it were Zhang Xiaobao, you would know what to do without even thinking. But, what do you think Zhang Xiaobao did? I haven't heard from him recently. A while ago, he said that he was assassinated and tormented my Xinluo. Now, there's no news. As Li Dong spoke, he suddenly talked about Zhang Xiaobao. His excitement disappeared in an instant. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so kind. For example, the road repair matter. 1 million strings of coins had been spent. Until now, the road had only been repaired for 200,000 strings of coins. The remaining 800,000 strings of coins couldn't be recovered. The contract was written clearly. There was also the 500,000 strings of coins that were taken out later. When the river was connected, the people from the imperial clan finally explained the matter clearly. When the Tang Empire collected taxes, the Tang Empire didn't pay a single copper coin to connect the river. Originally, the Tang Empire wanted to pay. If they hadn't stopped it back then, wouldn't they have saved a lot of money? Would Zhang Xiaobao be so kind as to help my Xinluo? He sent that money giver to plant by Idyll. Do you think there's a conspiracy? As he thought about it, Li Dong began to mutter. It seemed that he was talking to Tang. County Magistrate Mu shivered. He was very unwilling to hear that name. He had complained more than once in his heart. He complained about why Li Longji of the Tang Empire sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Jili province. It was really terrible. Since the arrival of the two of them, he had to be on guard at all times. Especially after the sword meet on Mount Hua, he had stationed 30,000 soldiers at the border. Even so, he couldn't be at ease. When there were more soldiers, there were more troublemakers. It was difficult to control them. There were 5,000 soldiers stationed in the county. Usually, he had to curry favor with other people's generals and control his subordinates. Logically speaking, since the assassin hasn't been caught and it's not confirmed that it was Xinluo who assassinated him, the soldiers at the border and the gunboats in the sea should have been withdrawn. Why are they still there? Li Dong muttered again. County Magistrate Mu swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Don't tell me you want to attack my Xinluo. Have you ever seen someone send provisions to others before attacking them? I guess it's Japan. Maybe the two of them want to attack Japan. It's because Japan is too far away and difficult to control. Or maybe Li Longji is worried about the two of them and sent soldiers here. They don't want to compromise, so the gunboats are also placed along the coast. Yes, I guess so. When we get there, we'll ask them secretly. Li Dong thought of a reason. Tang nodded again. When it was close to noon, the two sides met. Song Qian was very enthusiastic. As soon as the banquet started, he asked someone to bring a few beautiful glass products. Then, He gave Li Dong and Mu Tang a reception voucher of 1,000 strings of coins each, which could be used between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. This was not the kind of money that could be spent to replace the proportion, but it could be directly used as money and paid in full. During the banquet, he had many flattering words for County Magistrate Mu. He introduced the future of Niha County and explained the matter of the demolition. He also mentioned the joint development of Niha County's agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as the prospects of charcoal export. County Magistrate Mu's eyes lit up, especially when he knew that the money for the demolition would be distributed by him. His eyes were filled with the image of the Tang banknotes. He also asked about the relationship between the Wang and Zhang family and the Tang Emperor. Zhang Tai and Song Qian kept it in mind and felt that they could tell the young master and do something about it. Therefore, they started to answer vaguely, neither confirming nor denying. Their attitude was very ambiguous. The banquet was very enjoyable. Before leaving, Mu Tang stood at the door and asked Song Qian, who saw them out, "Brother Song, when is the best time to demolish the house?" I'll go back, see you later, arrange it. No hurry, it's still early. Just vacate the land before the spring. Just like the spring plowing in the past, a little earlier. Song Qian looked very easygoing. Okay, I'll arrange it. Mu Tang agreed. Waiting for the two drunk people to leave, Song Qian smiled and said to Zhang Tai, "Move before the spring. It'll be cold then. You can't plant the white fold seeds so early. I don't know when the young master and the others will come back. It's almost the new year. They probably won't come back before the new year," Zhang Tai said with uncertainty. As the new year approached, the weather in the northern regions of the Great Tang suddenly became clear and sunny. Even the Turkic lands were covered in drifting clouds. Although the wind was still cold, there was no sign of haze in the sky. The fisherman's wife felt that it wasn't good enough to live in the palace, so she asked the fisherman to find that talking fish. She wanted to be the emperor of a country. The fisherman came to the seaside again and shouted to the sea. In the end, they returned to that small shabby house. High in the sky, there was a group of hot air balloons. Zhang Xiaobao was telling a story to his younger brother and sister in one of them. The more Xiao Yuan listened, the angrier she got. When her brother finished, she slapped her thigh and said, that silly woman is so greedy. She's so silly. Xiao Bei, don't be so silly in the future. You're the silly one. What do you think I'm doing? But that woman is really silly. If it were me, I wouldn't want so many things. Xiao Bei was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan and then expressed his thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and asked, "Then what do you want, Xiao Bei?" "Me? I want to become friends with that talking fish. I want her to take me to places I've never been before to play. When I see something good that doesn't have an owner, I'll pick it up and go home to find someone to sell it. If you want a good house, you can have a palace. If you want someone to covet me, my friends will help me teach them a lesson." Xiao Bei said very seriously. "You're even more greedy." Xiao Yuan began to criticize Xiao Bei. "What do you mean by greedy? Becoming friends is being greedy. I can also give her benefits. For example, I can tell her stories. For example, I can cook good food for her. I can even find someone to hold a party for her every day by the sea. A powerful fish like her must be very lonely, the kind that can't stand the cold at the top. I get material enjoyment while she gets spiritual." Xiao Bei retorted righteously. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, "Looks like there's no need to tell Xiao Bei the story of getting something and making 3 wishes. She'll definitely say that the first wish is to obtain countless wishes." I think so too. Our Xiao Bei is still the smartest. Wang Wan agreed. Brother, do you think I'm right? Xiao Bei looked for his brother at this time to judge. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's how it should be. This is called sustainable development. Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly. Just as they were talking, another compartment door opened and a head popped out. It said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, good news. We've already made contact with Fengzhou. The connection has just been successful." Oh. The connection has been made. Ask them if they've found any traces of the Turks. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes. The person answered and retracted his head to ask. Before he could finish asking, there was suddenly a sound from above. Zhang Xiaobao opened the lid. Before he could ask, the person who appeared above reported, "Young master, the boat at the head of the ship has discovered a Turk tribe moving south about 10 kilometers ahead. Go up and take a look. Xiao Bei, you guys stay here and don't move." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to receive two pieces of good news at once. He and Wang Wan went outside and were blown by the wind. They picked up the binoculars and looked down. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a dark mass of small dots moving like ants. What do they want to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked, puzzled. When Zhang Xiaobao's party discovered the Turks who were born with telescopic vision also saw a group of things gradually approaching in the sky. They immediately shouted and ran toward the big carriage. Mo Jilian and Special Agent K were in the carriage discussing how to contact the Tang people and let them know that they were not hostile. They were shocked by the news. Chapter 863. On the snowy ground, there was a sea of people. In the sky, there were colorful flags. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hot air balloon team gradually lowered its altitude, the Turks below could see so many flying birds that seemed to be flying towards them. Tens of thousands of Turks looked up. The Turks further away had no choice but to ask the people around them, hoping that one by one they could pass on the news of what was in the sky. A servant serving Mo Jilian also saw the thing in the sky through the open roof of the carriage. He felt his master's body tremble as he massaged Mo Jilian. He couldn't help but worry. He mustered up his courage and asked, "Monarch, what is that?" "Something deadly," Mo Jilian said blankly. He picked up the clairvoyance that Li Longji gave him and looked at it carefully again. When he saw the picture of two rice seedlings standing hand in hand on the cabin of the hot air balloon, the clairvoyance fell on the soft carpet. "It's over, it's really over, how is it possible? Aren't they in Jili province? When did they come here?" Mo Jilian shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. Kei Tichin was also shocked. He didn't need to pick up the clairvoyance on the ground to know who Mo Jilian was talking about. To be able to scare Mo Jilian like this, and to say them into Jili state, it was easy to guess who it was even if he thought with his toes. Thinking of the legend about the two people, Kei Tichin asked Mo Jilian with a trembling voice, "Are they rice seedlings?" "Two rice seedlings with them." Mo Jilian didn't say anything, but his trembling body had already told Kei Tichin the answer. Looking up at the floating things in the sky again, Kei Tichin felt that his mouth was going to cry and his throat was dry. He said in a hoarse voice, "This is the air force of the Tang Empire? You saw the hot air balloon on Mount Hua?" "Yes, it seems that Li Longji is anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them here." Mo Jilian's eyes gradually became clear. There was no use in worrying now. At this time, a group of people hurried over. They were the advisors of the Turks. The one in the front said to Mo Jilian, "It's too high, we can't shoot it down." It's best to lure them to lower their altitude. As long as we shoot that thing up there, they will fall down. Mo Jillian didn't answer this person. Wei Wei hesitated and said, "Pass my order, the soldiers around the carriage, leave an open space and welcome them with me. My lord wants to lure them down, and then." The advisor wiped his hand on his neck, his eyes shining. "I want to tie you up and bring you to them. I want to say that it was because you people dissuaded me that I did those unwise things a while ago. My lord, you can't. We have countless warriors. If we ask for peace, we will chill their hearts." The advisor knew what Mo Jillian meant and advised anxiously. "They definitely have more bullets and shells than our warriors. It's better to chill their hearts than to make them make up their minds. You think Wang Wan can't do it? If we do anything else, she can dye the vast grassland red with our blood." Mo Jillian said and looked up again. He was afraid that a bunch of grenades would be thrown down from above. Kei Tichin had heard some information from the people who went to Mount Hua. He knew that this kind of hot air balloon battle method. He didn't think that the other party would lower their altitude if they really wanted to hit him. He quickly ordered, "Go, do as my lord says. I will welcome them personally." At this moment, he finally suppressed his unwillingness. He originally wanted to discuss with the Tang Empire to settle his people who were about to freeze and starve to death. As for himself, he would probably have to live in the capital. What he didn't expect was that before he took the initiative to contact the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually came personally. Although it felt like a passive surrender, the result wouldn't change. With the order, the people in Kei Tichin's headquarters scattered and made way for the carriage they were in. There was a large open space around it. At least arrows couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ordering their subordinates to tie grenades. Each grenade was tied with a thin and strong rope. The length was about 3 to 5 meters from the hot air balloon to the ground. When they pulled the string and threw it down, it would stop at this distance. Once it exploded, the shrapnel could fly down from this height. It was much better than throwing it directly to the ground. When they were preparing, someone suddenly came to report the situation below. The two found a good position to look down again. What do you mean by giving up the carriage they were in? Are you tricking us to go down so that you can catch us all in one fell swoop?" No matter how good Zhang Xiaobao was at psychology, he couldn't guess what Kei Tichin and the others were thinking. The black mass of heads below was really dazzling. It should be that Mo Jillian understands how we fight. He knows that once we start, we won't kill anyone we meet. Instead, we will target the commander. He knows that he can't escape, so he wants to discuss with us to send someone down to ask about the situation. While Wang Wan was speaking, she had already seen Mo Jillian's figure through the binoculars. Mo Jillian walked out of the car and stood on the hard snow that was stepped on by the people in front of her. She looked up and waved vigorously. Mo Jillian wasn't the only Turkic tribe. There were several other tribes. When they got the general information, they rode their horses to Mo Jillian's location to ask. When Mo Jillian and Kei Tichin saw the worry in the eyes of the first tribe to arrive, Wei Wei inwardly sighed. They could see that this tribe was afraid that they would offend the Great Tang and didn't want to fight with them against the Great Tang. Along the way, many people had come to complain more than once, saying that they sincerely wanted to submit to the Great Tang. With this kind of partner, they wanted to fight against the Great Tang. That was a fool's dream. While Mo Jillian was waiting, a hot air balloon finally slowly descended from the sky. The hatch opened, and 4 people came out. Ignoring the gazes around them, they strode over, creaking as they approached Mo Jillian. Their eyes landed on Mo Jillian's face as they questioned. "My family's young master and young lady want to ask what your Turkic tribe means. His Majesty has ordered you to submit to our dynasty, but you insist on running so far away. Are you looking for a chance to make a comeback? Mo Jillian was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other side to be so direct, not giving him the slightest bit of face. The advisors standing beside him glared at him, their faces flushed red, as though they were trying their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Finally, the advisor who had the backbone to persuade Mo Jillian couldn't hold it in anymore. He stepped forward angrily, pointing at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's subordinate and scolded, "Who are you to dare speak to my sovereign like this? My people have countless warriors. Does your great Tang want to meet my people with weapons?" Clap. The person sent by Zhang Xiaobao raised his spear. The advisor's head was thrown back, and then he plopped to the ground, his eyes still wide with unwillingness. "So noisy." Mo Jillian, reply. The person turned to Mo Jillian. Mo Jillian's face burned as if he had been slapped countless times. His people were still watching. He had been bullied to this extent. If he didn't toughen up, in the future, why did the hot air balloon in the sky have a reflection, and a single one at that? Didn't the great Tang's clairvoyance already have 2 lenses? Esteemed envoy, my clan went to the north a few days ago because we heard that there were precious furs and herbs in the north and wanted to gather them to offer to His Majesty. We've already gathered quite a bit, so we're moving toward Feng Province. For these furs and herbs, my clan has already suffered countless casualties. Mo Jillian had determined that the reflection was the scope of the spear used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's personal guards, and he finally knew what to choose. The other party wasn't just trying to scare him. Perhaps it had taken them many days to search for him, so they were fed up. If his answer didn't satisfy the other party, they would begin to kill all the commanders of his clan. The person sent down had not expected Mo Jillian to be so straightforward. Looking at the hot air balloon where the young master and young lady were, he hurriedly sent a telegram to ask what to do next. After receiving the message, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. The 2 of them had been prepared for a fierce battle, but the other party had actually so easily yielded. It seems that they're very divided internally, and they probably don't have enough food. Otherwise, even if there was a sliver of hope, they wouldn't have come here. It seems that they're truly planning to get in touch with the great Tang and discuss the matter of completely submitting. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and analyzed. Wang Wan nodded. If that's the case, then didn't we come here for nothing? How could it be for nothing? At least we've traveled for a while, and we know in advance that they're not having a good time, so we have time to prepare. Pass down the order, let Feng Province ask for help from other places, and use all resources to transport food and fodder there. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who was waiting to send the telegram. Wang Wan also said, let the people below tell Mo Jillian that we're inviting them and the leaders of each tribe to live on the hot air balloon. The commanders of each tribe should also gather together and follow the designated hot air balloon. The team will be commanded by the deputy. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.